Commander Romeo Hotel, wind 170 degrees, 12 knots, descending 22 knots, runway 20, clear command. Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic on short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, one up and wait behind.
Bom dia, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, one up and wait behind, Educação 640.
Mountain 980, Lima Azul, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach. Vertical 640, wind 170 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 150 and 210 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Bombo.
For takeoff, runway 20, vertical 640.
Airport Commander Romeo Hotel, continue taxi via uniform 1, contact ground 121.755, bom dia.
Uniform 1, ground 11755, bom dia,
The 980 Lima Azul, wind 170 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear land. Commander Sinana, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, copy the speed, wind check 170 degrees, 14. Postman 2 and 2, Lisboa Total. Good morning, behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Yeah, the traffic on final, line up and wait, runway 20 behind, Postman 2-1.
Echo 647 Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots. Two and 2, wind 180 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 150 and 210 degrees, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, have a nice flight.
20, clear for takeoff, Postman 2-1, thank you, bye-bye.
Waze I'm also at 980 Lima Zulu, continue via uniform and Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform and Lima, and second Lima
121.755. Airport 1939, wind 180 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, cleared flight. Airport 32, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind traffic, short final, runway 20, line up and wait behind by uniform 5, vertical 832, bom dia. Six five Papa Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20.
Portugal 832, wind 190 degrees, 11 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Volvo.
820, clear for takeoff, vertical, 832, desde
Portugal 939, continue to fly uniform in Lima, contact ground 121.755 for the Portugal 939, correction with uniform in Gosto. Portugal 647, wind 190 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, cleared flight. Portugal 82 Whiskey, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic on short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
8, bom dia, behind the traffic on short final, line up and wait, runway 20, via uniform 5, behind Air Portugal 82 Whiskey. Portugal 82 Whiskey, wind 190 degrees, 10 knots, variable between 160 and 220 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Volvo.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 82.
Portugal 647, continue by uniform, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755 on you.
Uniform Golf 2, 121.755 on the Portugal 647.
Atrasado 660 Lisboa Tower, good morning, continue approach runway 20. Welling 65 Ramp Papa, wind 190 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear flight. Portugal 432, Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Taxi straight ahead to the visual holding point on Alpha 6, hold short of runway 20.
Thank you, holding point Alpha 6, hold short of 20, Portugal 432, bom dia.
Cloud 21 Mike November, Lisboa Tower, good morning. Behind traffic on short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind the traffic on short final, landing up runway 20 via uniform 5, behind 21 Mike November, good morning.
Approach 1327 Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Continue approach, runway 20, wind 190 degrees, 14 knots. Quality 1 Mike November, wind 180 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 160 and 220 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Have a nice flight.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, quality 1 Mike November. Bye-bye.
Welling 65 Bravo Papa, continue by uniform, Lima, contact ground 121.755, flight.
Hello Lima, ground 11755, Welling 65 Bravo Papa, goodbye.
Approach 432 behind the departing traffic, runway 20 by Alpha, cross runway 20 behind, and taxi to 04 holding point.
Departing at cross 20 Alpha, and then 04 holding point, departure 432.
Transat 680, wind 180 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear flight.
Turbulence 01, Transat 680.
Aeroporto 78 Echo Delta, Lisboa Tower, good morning. Behind traffic on short final, runway 20, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Line traffic, line up and wait, runway 20 behind, Aeroporto 78 Echo Delta.
Approach 552 November, Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Taxi straight ahead to the visual, holding point on Tango 5, hold short of runway 20.
Straight ahead, holding point Tango 5, hold short 20, Canal 552 November, bom dia.
Star 6646 Heavy, Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Continue approach runway 20. Aeroporto 78 Echo Delta, wind 170 degrees, 10 knots, variable between 160 and 220 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, have a nice flight.
20 clear for takeoff, Aeroporto 78 Echo Delta, obrigado, bye.
Air Transat 680, continue uniform, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755. Airport 1327, wind 170 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 55, question Portugal 432 behind, landing traffic, runway 20 by 04, land up and wait behind.
Hotel 3, Aeroporto 437.
Approved. Seven 5, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20. Approach call 432, wind 180 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Volvo. Approach call 1327, continue via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, bom dia. Protocol 552 November behind the departing traffic, runway 20 via Tango, cross runway 20 behind, taxi to Sierra 4, holding point.
Departing aircraft, cross 02 behind to Sierra 4, Portugal 552 November. Whiteside 6646, wind 180 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear to land. 20, clear to land, Whiteside 6646.
Fraction 507 Alpha, Lisboa Tower, good morning. Are you ready for departure?
Fraction 507 Alpha, standing by on fixed.
Fraction 7, question 507 Alpha, behind traffic on short final, runway 20, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Uniform 5, after the landing traffic, lining up runway 20 and wait behind fraction 507 Alpha.
Correction 507 Alpha, wind 180 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Have a nice flight.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, fraction 507 Alpha. Muito obrigado, bom dia.
MySAT 6645, continue uniform, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
No problem, Golf 2, right, up to ground 121.755,
Delta 272, Lisboa Tower, good morning, continue approach, runway 20, wind 180 degrees, 14 knots. Okay, Hotel 3 approved. Portugal 575, wind 180 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 552 November, will be ready upon reaching? Portugal 552 November, behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. For 272, continue approach, QNH 1001. Portugal 552 November, revised QNH 1001, break, wind 180 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, Volvo. Portugal 571, continue, question, Portugal 575, continue via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Golf 2, now 127.500, Portugal 575.
American 258, Lisboa Tower, good morning, continue approach. Alpha 272, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 7 Alpha Bravo, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic on short funnel, runway 20, cross runway 20, behind and taxi to Sierra 4, holding point.
Bom dia, behind the traffic, landing on short final, runway 20, cross behind and continue to Sierra 4, holding point, Portugal 7 Alpha Bravo, muito bom dia.
good morning, continue approach, runway 20. Two 72, continue taxi via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755. American 258, wind 170 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Mexico 7 Alpha Bravo, are you ready for departure?
Firm, ready for reaching Portugal 7 Alpha Bravo.
Mexico 7 Alpha Bravo by Sierra 4, line up and wait, runway 20.
Runway 20, Portugal 7 Alpha Bravo, obrigado.
Mexico 7 Alpha Bravo, wind 180 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Volvo. American 258, continue taxi via uniform, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform, Golf 2, 121.755, American 258.
Aeroporto 1023, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20, copy the speed, please start reducing to 160 knots. Canada 810, wind 160 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Runway 20, Canada 810, we'll plan at night for Hotel 3.
Copy, no problem, knots for Hotel 3, Golf 2. Portugal 5 Delta Lima, Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via Alpha, cross runway 20 behind, taxi to Sierra 4 holding point.
Traffic on short final, cross behind, runway 20 via Alpha 6 to Sierra 4. Portugal 5 Delta Lima.
Portugal 1687, Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Behind the landing traffic, runway 20 via Tango 5, cross runway 20 behind, taxi to Sierra 4 holding point and give way to the traffic on your right hand side on Alpha.
Behind Air Canada landing via Tango 5, cross runway 20 behind, give way to the Embraer on our right side. Portugal 1687.
Thank you.
Postman 2 Foxtrot Charlie, Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 13 knots. Air Canada 810, continue via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755. Portugal 1023, wind 170 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Iberia 05 Delta Delta, Lisboa Tower, good morning, are you ready for departure?
Fully ready, Iberia 05 Delta Delta.
Iberia 05 Delta Delta, behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Down the traffic, line up and wait 20 via uniform 5, behind Iberia 05 Delta Delta. Portugal 1023 will vacate Hotel 3.
Copy, no problem. Portugal 829, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20. Delta Delta, wind 170 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 150 and 210 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff and revise QNH 1000.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, QNH 1000, Iberia 05 Delta Delta. Obrigado.
Portugal 1023, continue via Foxtrot, contact ground 121.755, bom dia. Portugal 829, continue approach QNH 1000. Postman 2 Foxtrot Charlie, wind 160 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 5 Delta Lima, Lisboa Tower, hello again, behind landing traffic, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind, QNH 1000. Portugal 441 Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach. Portugal 5 Delta Lima, wind 170 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Volvo. Question, Postman 2, Foxtrot Charlie, continue via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
This is 2 Command 121.755, Postman 2 Foxtrot Charlie.
Air Portugal 829, wind 160 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Runway 20, Air Portugal 829.
Portugal 687, behind traffic on short final, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind, QNH 1000. .687, wind 160 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Volvo. Portugal 829, continue via uniform and Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, bom dia.
Golf 2 and ground on 1755 at Portugal 829, obrigado.
Aeroporto 1477, Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Behind the departing traffic, runway 20 via Tango, cross runway 20 behind, taxi to Sierra 4, holding point.
Yeah, traffic, departing ground 0 by Tango, cross runway 20 behind,
Foxtrot 59 at Tango, Lisboa Tower, good morning, continue approach runway 20. Portugal 441, continue approach, traffic will cross the runway. Portugal 1477, please expedite as much as possible.
Portugal 1477.
Portugal 441, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 25 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Runway 20, clear to land, Portugal 441.
Portugal 557 Hotel, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots. Portugal 441, continue taxi via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, bom dia.
Passando, obrigado e bom dia, Portugal 441.
Sir 59 at Tango, wind 150 degrees, 12 knots, gusting 25 knots, runway 20, clear to land. 572 Juliet Echo, Lisboa Tower, good morning, continue approach runway 20. Portugal 557 Hotel, wind 150 degrees, 11 knots, gusting 25 knots, runway 20, cleared flight. Luxor 57, question 5, 9er Tango, continue via uniform, Golf 2, contacts ground 121.755. Portugal 1477, behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind.
Seven, wind 160 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom dia, até logo. 557 Hotel, uniform and Golf 2, ground 11755, bom dia.
11755 in Portugal.
Hotel 63 Golf Lima, muito bom dia, continue approach, wind 160 degrees, 12 knots. Welding 72 Juliet Echo, wind 160 degrees, 11 knots, runway 20, clear plan. 62 Juliet Romeo, muito bom dia novamente, behind the traffic short final by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Bom dia, behind traffic short final, runway 20, uniform 5, line up and wait behind, Portugal 62 Juliet Romeo.
To Jet, Air 1.
Delta 62 Juliet Romeo, revise QNH 1001, break, wind 160 degrees 14 knots, runway 20 clear for takeoff, bom dia Volvo.
QNH 1001, clear for takeoff, Pascal, 62 Juliet Romeo.
Boeing 72 Juliet Echo, continue via uniform and ground 1755, bom dia.
Uniform, I want 1755, waiting for 30, that's it, ciao.
Gal 63 Golf Lima, continue approach, QNH now 1001. Golf Lima, wind 160 degrees 11 knots, runway 20 clear flat. For heavy, bom dia, continue approach, wind 160 degrees 11 knots.
Paulo, bom dia, Portugal Main, 30 Romeo, Fluida, Rich.
30 Romeo, muito bom dia, vai uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20, able rolling departure.
Portugal 930 Romeo.
Romeo, Roger, vai uniform, wind 160 degrees 15 knots, runway 20, clear for rolling takeoff, bom dia.
Runway 20, clear for rolling takeoff, Portugal 930 Romeo.
63 Golf Lima, continue taxi by uniform and Foxtrot, ground 1755, bom dia. Alpha 651, bom dia, continue to the visual holding point on Alpha 6, hold short runway 20.
To the visual point on Alpha 6, hold short 1820, Angola 651.
Country Zulu Romeo, immediate takeoff.
Portugal 930 Romeo.
For heavy, continue approach, company 321 neo rolling, wind check 150 degrees 15 knots. Seven 57 Papa, bom dia, continue approach, wind 150 degrees 12 knots. 244, wind 160 degrees 12 knots, runway 20, clear flat. Golf 651 heavy behind the traffic short final via Alpha cross runway 20 behind, disabled, please expedite to Sierra 4 Lima.
The land traffic short final runway 20, course runway 20 via Alpha and then expedite to Sierra 4 holding point, Angola 651.
Obrigado. Continue by the right by uniform to uniform 1, ground 1755, bom dia, bom dia.
Estamos uniform 1, ground 1755,
Portugal 757 Papa, wind 160 degrees, 10 knots, runway 20, clear flat. 1032, muito bom dia, behind traffic short final, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Muito bom dia, behind traffic on short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait 20 behind, Portugal 1032.
75, muito bom dia, continue approach, speed is good, wind check 150 degrees, 11 knots. Approved. Approved. Two, wind 160 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom dia, bom voo.
Takeoff, runway 20, and Portugal 1032, obrigado.
757 Papa, left Golf 2, ground 1755, bom dia. L675, wind 150 degrees, 9 knots, gusting 19er, runway 20, clear flat. L651 heavy, muito bom dia novamente, behind traffic short final via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Correction 372 Victor, bom dia, continue approach, wind 150 degrees, 9 knots. L651 heavy, wind 150 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20 clear for takeoff, muito bom dia, bom voo. L675 left Golf 2, ground 11755, bom dia. 11755. L1354, muito bom dia, continue to the visual holding point on Tango 5, hold short runway 20.
Continue visual holding point, Tango 5, runway 20, hold short runway 20.
1354, are you able to expedite crossing behind the departing Angola?
Confirm, Portugal 354.
354 behind the departing 777 from Angola via Tango, expedite crossing behind to Sierra 4 link line.
Departing Angola, departing runway 20, right 35, cross runway 20 behind the Portugal 354.
And the 372 Victor, continue approach, still a 320 from top, crossing the runway, expect late landing clearance, wind check 140 degrees, 10 knots.
Continue approach, copy one, Atenção, Victor.
And the 372 Victor, wind 150 degrees, 10 knots, runway 20 clear flat.
20 clear one, Atenção, Victor.
Gal 668, muito bom dia, behind the landing traffic via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Land traffic, running behind via uniform 5, Sierra Portugal 668, muito bom dia. Portugal 354.
1354, pass your message.
1 Tango 1, Tango 6.
Roger, continue to Sierra 4 link 1.
4 link 1, Portugal 354.
Delphi 68, wind 170 degrees, 11 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, 1 year, Volvo.
Takeoff 20 Portugal, 667.
Net 372 Victor, straight ahead Lima, ground 1755, 1 year. Landing 3987, bom dia, via uniform, line up and wait, runway 20.
Line up and wait, runway 20 via uniform, landing 3987.
Air 68, correction, 86 Alpha Zulu, bom dia, continue approach, wind 160 degrees, 10 knots. Nine 87, wind 160 degrees, 9 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, adios.
Clear takeoff runway 20, runway 3987, adios, bom dia.
Ready for reaching.
Turn Portugal
354, continue to Serra fora, upon reaching, line up and wait, runway 20.
Serra 4, upon reaching, line up runway 20, Portugal 65.
Any other 86 Alpha Zulu, reduce 160 knots, please. Alpha Zulu, keep reducing minimum approach speed, please. Ground Charlie X-ray, bom dia, continue approach, wind 160 degrees, 9 knots. Wind 160 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, muito bom dia, Volvo. 1352, muito bom dia, continue to the visual holding point on Alpha 6, hold short, runway 20.
To visual holding point.
Are you able to expedite crossing behind the departing company 320?
Affirma, Pascal 1452.
1452, behind the departing company 320, expedite crossing to Sierra for Lima.
Beyond company traffic via to Sierra 4, Costa 920, Pascal 1452, apologize.
Going around for which here, Ryanair 8270?
Ryanair 86 Alpha Zulu, contact approach 109 and 105. Scout 1354, if you still reach stop line 3000 feet, QNH 1001. Delta Mike, muito bom dia, vai Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Vai Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, Portugal, 10 Delta Mike, bom dia.
Charlie X-ray, not a problem, continue. Off the mic, wind 160 degrees, 11 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, muito bom dia, voo.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 10 Delta Mike.
Heavy, muito bom dia, continue approach, wind 160 degrees, 7 knots, gusting 17. Call 98 Charlie X-ray, wind 160 degrees, 6 knots, gusting 16, runway 20, clear flight. Portugal 1452, muito bom dia, behind traffic short final, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Approach. Check 130 degrees, 11 knots. Go 1452, wind at midpoint 160 degrees, 10 knots, variable 130, 190, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom dia, até logo. All Charlie X-ray, straight ahead Lima, ground 1755, and can you confirm if you experience any wind shear on 5 knots? Abraço, Chico. Wind 150 degrees, 900 knots, runway 20, clear flat. If you'd like, Hotel 3 is approved to begin. (443), muito bom dia, continue approach, wind 150 degrees, 900 knots. Mate 147 Heavy, bom dia Lisboa. Seven Heavy, Lisboa.
Lisbon Tower, tire 147, approaching Alpha 6.
Mate 147, bom dia, continue by Alpha to cross runway 20, then Sierra to Sierra 4 Olympus.
We are clear to cross runway 20 and via Alpha and after Sierra 2, 8147.
Gal 036 Heavy, continue straight ahead Lima, ground 1755, muito bom dia, bom descanso.
Ahead Lima, ground 1755, aeroporto com 036, obrigado, bom dia.
Gal 443, wind 150 degrees, 900 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Bravo 54 Papa, bom dia, continue approach, wind 150 degrees, 900 knots. Are you ready for reaching Sierra Port?
Yes, when reaching holding point we are ready.
Mate 147, if able expedite a bit till reaching Sierra 4 and upon reaching line up and wait runway 20.
On Sierra 4 we are clear to line up and wait 20 down 8147.
Gal 443, continue via Golf 2, hold short of Quebec, ground 1755, bom dia.
2 hold short Quebec, 11755, Pascal 443, obrigado igualmente.
Mate 147 via Sierra, wind 160 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom dia.
Okay, via Sierra, we are clear to line up to takeoff to 8147, runway 20.
For Papa, please reduce minimum approach speed. 1541, bom dia, continue to the visual holding point, on Tango 5, hold short, runway 20.
The visual holding point, Tango 5, hold short 20, Educação, 1541, olá, bom dia.
Alfa Azul, bom dia, continue approach, wind 150 degrees 9 knots. Avia 54 Papa, continue approach, 777 LATAM, rolling, wind check 160 degrees 8 knots. Avia 54 Papa, wind 160 degrees 8 knots, runway 20, clear to land. 1541 behind the traffic short final, via Tango cross runway 20 behind to Sierra 4 link 1.
Traffic short final runway 20, cross runway 20 via Tango 5, Sierra 4 link point, Educação 1541.
For Papa, continue via uniform and Lima, ground 11755, bom dia.
Uniform, ground 11755.
Delta 3 Papa November, muito bom dia, ready for launching.
Negative, 3 Papa November.
3 Papa November, hold short, runway 20.
Runway 20, 3 Papa November.
Air 68, question 86 Alpha Zulu, wind 160 degrees 9 knots, variable 130, 190 degrees, runway 02, question, runway 20, clear to land. Alpine 7640, muito bom dia, continue approach, wind 160 degrees 9 knots. Delta 3 Papa November, behind traffic short final, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Okay, after traffic on final, runway 20 lap and wait behind runway 20 November.
615 Zulu, back in Hotel 1.
Q, break, take care, Portugal 23 Papa November, wind 160 degrees 10 knots, runway 20 clear for takeoff, bom dia, Volvo.
Clear for takeoff, 20 to 3, obrigado, bom trabalho.
986 Alpha Zulu, continue uniform, Lima, ground 121.755, bye-bye. November Heavy, bom dia, Turkish 1 Hotel November, bom dia, continue approach, wind 160 degrees 8 knots. Flight 7640, wind 160 degrees 8 knots, variable 130, 190, runway 20, clear to land. Got 1541, bom dia novamente, behind, traffic short final, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Got 1541, wind 160 degrees 11 knots, runway 20 clear for takeoff, bom dia, Volvo. Flight 7640, continue by uniform and Lima, ground 11755, bom dia.
Uniform Lima and ground 11755, bom dia.
Got 1866, bom dia, continue approach, wind 150 degrees 8 knots. Ish 1 Hotel November Heavy, wind 150 degrees 9 knots, variable 130, 190, runway 20, clear to land. Got 1922, muito bom dia, behind traffic short final, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind aircraft on short final, via uniform 5, run 80, line up and wait behind Air Portugal 192, muito obrigado, bom dia.
Volvo 8901 Heavy, bom dia, behind traffic short final, via Alpha, cross runway 20 behind, with expedite crossing to Sierra following one.
Behind domestic traffic, cross runway 20 via Alpha 6, and expediting the taxi after traffic running to Louis 9.
1 Hotel November, continue via Golf 2, ground 1 to 1755, have a nice day. Flight 22, call you back very shortly behind your road line. Flight 1, bom dia, continue approach, wind 150 degrees 7 knots, gusting 17. 1922, wind 160 degrees 10 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom dia, até já.
For takeoff, runway 20, FTL 192, obrigado.
Flight 66, wind 140 degrees 7 knots, variable 120190, gusting 17, runway 20, clear to land. Reserve Malta 8, Juliet Yankee, bom dia, behind traffic short final, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Yeah, in traffic on short final, line up and wait behind with Malta 8, Juliet Yankee.
Delta 10, muito bom dia, continue approach, wind 140 degrees 8 knots. Malta 8, Juliet Yankee, wind 150 degrees 11 knots, variable 130200, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom dia.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff with Malta 8, Juliet Yankee, bom dia.
Down 866, straight ahead Lima, ground 1 to 1755, bom dia.
Ground 1 1755, bom dia, obrigado, pode falar.
Flight 21, wind 150 degrees 7 knots, gusting 17, runway 20, clear to land. Autoriza approved. Azul 8901, behind traffic short final via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind.
Zulu 8901, wind 140 degrees, 10 knots, variable between 120 and 200 degrees. Runway 20, clear for takeoff.
For takeoff Zulu 8901.
Aircraft 921, continue taxi via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755 on the air.
Golf 2, 117, personnel 921.
Capital 210, wind 150 degrees, 8 knots, variable between 120 and 210 degrees, runway 20, clear path. Via Lisboa, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 8 knots. Wind check 160 degrees, 8 knots.
Tower, bom dia, Portugal 126, ready for departure.
Tower 126, Tower, bom dia, roger behind landing traffic, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
And landing traffic, runway 20, uniform 5, line up and wait behind, Portugal 126, Tower.
Tower 126, wind 140 degrees, 9 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, move.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 126, obrigado, bom trabalho, até já.
Capital 210, continue taxi via uniform and Lima, ground 121.755, bom dia. Zero 53, wind 130 degrees, 8 knots, variable between 110 and 210 degrees, runway 20, clear path. Mike Charlie Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20. 053, continue taxi via Lima and contact ground 121, decimal 755 footers.
Continue taxi via Lima, contact ground 121, decimal 755 footers.
And Aeroporto for Mike Charlie, wind 140 degrees 8 knots, variable between 110 and 210 degrees, Runway 20, clear land.
Runway 20, runner 84, Mike Charlie.
Tower, bom dia, continue approach, Runway 20. Calling 93 November uniform, Lisboa Tower low, behind traffic on short final, runway 20 by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind traffic on short final via uniform 5, runway 20, line up and wait behind, waiting 93 November uniform.
Not in the past hour and a half at least. Question Runway 84 Mike Charlie Roger, continue via Lima. 19 November uniform, wind 140 degrees 8 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye.
Clear takeoff 20, winning 93 November uniform.
Aeroporto for Mike Charlie, contact ground 121, decimal 755, bye. Aeroporto 254, wind 140 degrees 8 knots, variable between 110 and 180 degrees, runway 20, clear land. Aeroporto 155 Alpha, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic short final, runway 20, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind the traffic short final, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind runway 20, airport, Chicago 55 Alpha.
And Air 1 Foxtrot taxi yellow, continue approach.
3 Fox Scout 254.
Roger, approved. After Hotel 3, Gosto.
Got
Capital 155 Alpha, wind 140 degrees 7 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, move up.
For takeoff, runway 20, airport, go 155 Alpha.
Call 254, Gulf 2 and contact ground, 121.755 on transfer. River 5 in India, Lisboa Tower, continue approaching runway 20. Air 1 Foxtrot X-ray, wind 140 degrees 7 knots, variable between 110 and 180 degrees, runway 20, cleared land.
Clear to land 20, runway 1 Fox X-ray.
Portugal 52 Papa, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic short final, runway 20 by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Short final, runway 20 by uniform 5, line up and wait behind airport, Portugal 52 Papa.
Foxtrot X-ray, continue taxi via Lima. Foxtrot 52 Papa, wind 150 degrees 10 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, move. Air 1 Foxtrot X-ray, contact ground 121.755. That's 681 dark. Transat 681, Lisboa Tower. Lisboa Tower, Transat 681. Transat 681 Tower.
Please go ahead for Transat 681.
Transat 681 via Alpha Cross runway 20, continue to Sierra for holding point, expedite while crossing please.
Alpha 6, clear to cross runway 20, continue Sierra, short up runway 20, Transat 681.
River 5 Lima India, continue out approach, wind check 140 degrees 8 knots, 321, crossing the runway. River 5 Lima India, wind 140 degrees 8 knots, variable between 120 and 180 degrees, runway 20, clear to land.
Nada for 2 Heavy, Lisboa, bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind check 150 degrees, 7 knots. Transat 681, ready upon reaching. Roger, call me 1 ready, sir. Full short runway 20.
Back 1 ready.
Bird 5 Lima India, continue taxi via Uniform and Lima, contact ground 121.755, good day.
Bom dia, Ryanair. 1 Charlie Uniform, approaching Uniform 5, fully ready.
Canada 1 Charlie Uniform, Roger, via Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Runway 20, Ryanair, 1 Charlie Uniform.
Seven 1 Charlie Uniform, wind 140 degrees 9 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff.
So, okay for takeoff, Ryanair, 1 Charlie Uniform.
Aviation 223, Heavy, Lisboa, bom dia. Taxi to the visual, holding point on Alpha 6, hold short, runway 20.
Taxi to the visual holding point, runway to Alpha 6, and hold short runway 20, Portugal 223.
That's 681, Roger, I'll call you back, hold short, runway. United number 42, wind 150 degrees 7 knots, variable between 120 and 180 degrees, runway 20, clear funds. Aviation 223 heavy behind landing traffic, runway 20, cross runway behind and continue to Sierra for holding point.
And landing traffic, cross runway 20 behind, and continue to Sierra for holding point at Portugal 223.
Transat 681 behind, traffic short final runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. One traffic crossing the runway, I'll call you back shortly.
And Aeroporto, if able, vacate next left by Papa, then Lima. Então 010 Lisboa, bom dia, continue approach. Runway 20, wind check 160 degrees, 9 knots. To continue taxi via Lima and contact ground 121.755. Wind 160 degrees, 9 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff flight.
Software transat 681, bye-bye.
Jet 3760 Lisboa Tower, good morning, ready for departure.
Ready for departure, Jet 3760, bom dia.
Here, Roger, call the right way. Bookset 3760, by uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
0 by uniform 5, line up and wait, Jet 3760.
Yankee Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20. Sir 3760, wind 140 degrees, 7 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
20, clear for takeoff, Jet 3760, bom dia.
Yeah. Call 010, wind 150 degrees, 8 knots, runway 20, clear flight. Capital 223 heavy, ready?
223 heavy.
223 heavy, Roger, behind traffic, short final runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind.
And traffic control final running 20 via 74, line up and wait behind, approach 223 heavy.
FCAL 223 heavy, wind 160 degrees 7 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Volvo.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Portugal 223.
FCAL 010, continue taxi by uniform, Lima, contact ground 121, 755, 1 chance. FCAL 234 Yankee, wind 150 degrees 9 knots, runway 20, clear to land, after landing vacate either via Hotel 1 or Papa, Hotel 3 not available. Delta 62 Mike, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach, runway 20. Tower 924, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, ready. Runway 4 Roger, behind landing traffic, runway 20, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic 20, line up and wait behind at Portugal 1924.
Delta 273, Lisboa Tower, hello, taxi to the visual holding point on Alpha 6, hold short, runway 20.
Taxi to the visual holding point, hold short, runway 20, Delta 273.
273, the visual holding point ahead on Alpha 6.
Visual holding point Alpha 6, Delta 273.
Delta 273, behind landing traffic, cross runway 20 behind and continue to check up for holding point.
Behind landing traffic, cleared across runway 20. And what was after that?
That you can continue taxi to Sierra 4 holding point via Sierra.
Sierra 4 holding point Delta 273.
Down 924, traffic crossing the final, call you back shortly. For Yankee, continue taxi by uniform, hold short of Gosto. Delta 34 Yankee, contact ground 121, 755, bom dia. Tower 924, wind 170 degrees 7 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Volvo. Delta 62 Mike, continue your approach, traffic depart, and plan your landing to vacate via Papa. Hotel 1 and Hotel 3 not available. Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20. Delta 62 Mike, wind 160 degrees 9 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Clear to land 20, direct down like 360 Mike.
901 Tower, bom dia, ready?
Portugal 190.
Tower 901, Roger, beyond landing traffic, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Landing traffic runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind Portugal 1901.
To Mike after Papa, continue via Lima. Tower 072 Heavy, Lisboa, bom dia, continue. Tower 901, wind 150 degrees 8 knots, variability in 130 and 220 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, over.
0 clear for takeoff Portugal 1901, obrigado.
Delta 6 to Mike, contact ground 121.755, one chance.
Ground 121.755,
Delta 057 Heavy, Lisboa, bom dia, taxi to the visual, holding point on Alpha 6, hold short, runway 20.
Taxi visual, holding point runway 20 and hold short at Portugal 057.
901, immediate takeoff.
We are rolling.
Delta 012, continue approach runway 20, Embraer 195 now departing, wind check 160 degrees 6 knots, expect late landing clearance, call you back shortly. Capital 012, after landing vacate via Hotel 3 please. Capital 012, wind at threshold 150 degrees 7 knots, runway 20, clear land. Capital 057, behind landing traffic, runway 20, cross runway behind and continue to Sierra for holding point.
Behind landing traffic, we are clear to cross runway 20 behind, continue taxi run Sierra for holding point at Portugal 057.
Delta 273, behind landing traffic, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Delta 273, traffic crossing the Rhino left to right, I'll call you back shortly. Cal 012, continue taxi via Lima and contact ground 121.755, bom dia. Delta 273, wind 160 degrees 7 knots, runway 20, clear for immediate takeoff. 997 X-ray Juliet, Tower hello, continue approach. Cal 072, continue approach runway 20, Boeing 767 now departing, wind check 150 degrees 6 knots, I'll call you.
Ryanair 499 Bravo Golf, ready for departure.
Stand by. Call 072, wind 160 degrees 7 knots, runway 20, clear plan.
Tower Delta 273, can we get some vectors to the right for weather?
73 contact approach for that 109.105.
For departure Delta 273.
Line up 19 Bravo Golf, beyond landing traffic, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
And the landing traffic, line up and wait behind, Ryanair 499 Bravo Golf.
Nine 97 X-ray Juliet, service to final approach please. Call 072, continue taxi via uniform and Golf, stand 608, follow me, we'll guide you.
608, pode.
Obrigado, bom dia. Ryanair Bravo Golf, call you back shortly, revise QNH 1000.
QNH 1000, Ryanair 499 Bravo Golf.
Air 49 Bravo Golf, wind 160 degrees 8 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, good day.
Takeoff runway 20, Ryanair 499 Bravo Golf.
United 65 was our low taxi to the visual holding point on Tango 5, hold short runway 20.
Visual holding point on Tango 5, hold short at 20, United 65, heading.
Zero 72, wait for the follow me. Nine 97 X-ray Juliet, wind 160 degrees 9 knots, runway 20, clear plan. Negative sir, Summit 148, it was for Ryanair. Summit 148, continue at approach runway 20. 965 behind landing traffic runway 20 via Duncross runway 20 behind and continue to Sierra for holding point.
Behind landing traffic, continue across runway 20 to the holding point for 20, United 65 heading.
By Sierra 4, line up and wait, runway 20. Capital 057, revise QNH 1000. X-ray Juliet, continue taxi via uniform and Lima, contact ground 121.755 on the air. Central 057 Heavy, wind 160 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 140 and 200 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, over. Reverse QNH 1000.
1000 QNH, United 65.
Damage 148, wind 160 degrees, 11 knots, runway 20, clear flight. For right, Roger, no problem. Vacate via Hotel 3, after Hotel 3, Gosto. Kappa 1153, Lisboa, boa tarde. Continue approach, runway 20, por aí. Do you have the traffic Boeing 787 on short final inside, runway 20?
Yes, we do for United 65 Heavy.
65 Heavy, Roger. Behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind.
Behind traffic, line up and wait, runway 20, Sierra 4, United 65 Heavy.
Lisbon, turn 81, 48, we vacate via Hotel 1.
Roger, damage 148, continue via Gosto.
Delgado, turn 81, 48.
965, wind 180 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 140 and 200 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, right? Damage 148, contact ground 121.755, bom dia.
121.755, bom dia.
Tomorrow to tank tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20. Europa 1153, wind 160 degrees 13 knots, runway 20, clear flat.
Carolina, runway 20, Europa 153.
Capital 247 Heavy Tower, bom dia.
Protocol 247.
Capital 247 Heavy, bom dia. Taxi to the visual holding point on Alpha 6 and behind landing traffic, cross runway 20 behind to Sierra for holding point.
Taxi to visual Alpha 6 and behind landing traffic, taxi behind 30 Sierra for holding point, Airport 247.
For Romeo Lisboa Tower, hello, behind landing traffic, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, expect traffic to cross runway before your departure.
On landing Aero Europa, line up and wait, runway 20 behind, and traffic information complete, runway 4 for Romeo.
Okay, 2 time, minimum approach speed. So 1153, continue taxi via uniform, goes 2 and contact ground, 121.755, bye bye.
Uniform, goes 2 and 121, thank you much, F.
Right back, brake Transavia 4 for Romeo, wind 180 degrees 17 knots, runway 20 cleared for takeoff, traffic 3 miles.
Runway 30 clear for takeoff, Transmitido 4 for Romeo.
D6 for Kilo Mike, continue approach runway 20, wind check 180 degrees 15 knots. To tank, wind 180 degrees 17 knots, variable between 140 and 200 degrees, runway 20, clear plan.
Clear land runway 20, okay, to Tango.
Easy 64 Kilo Mike, wind 180 degrees 15 knots, are between 140 to 200 degrees, runway 20, clear flat. Okay, 2 tank, continue uniform, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform W and 117, 557, okay, 8 to Tango 6.
Line 9040, bom dia, continue your approach, wind 180 degrees, 15 knots. Scout 247, olá, muito bom dia, behind traffic short final runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait, behind. Scout 247, wind 170 degrees, 19 knots, at the end testing 25 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Easy 64 kill, my continue uniform, Gosto 2, contact ground, wind 1.755.
Uniform Gosto 2, ground 1.755, right. To Papa Tank, continue your approach, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots. Alpine 9040, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, or between 140 to 200 degrees, runway 20, clear to land.
Nana GX5 Lisboa Tower low, ready upon reaching the point.
Fully ready now, bom dia, Nana GX3.
Bom dia, Nana GX3, roger. Behind traffic short final, runway 20, winding from 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind landing traffic via new from 5, line up and wait, runway 20, behind Nana GX3.
Ryanair 993 X-ray, wind at midpoint 170 degrees 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye bye.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Ryanair 993 X-ray, thank you, bye bye.
Ryanair 040, continue taxi via uniform and Lima, contact ground 121.755, bom dia. Ryanair 040, continue taxi via Lima, contact ground 121.755, bom dia. Papa Tank, wind 160 degrees 14 knots, gusting 25, runway 20, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 20, clear to Papa Tank.
American 259, Lisboa Tower, low.
Bom dia, American 259.
59, bom dia. Taxi to the visual, holding point on Alpha 6, and behind landing traffic, cross runway 20 behind, and continue to Sierra 4 holding point.
Okay, we will hold short of runway 20 at the visual holding point. After landing traffic, cleared to cross runway 20 and taxi Sierra to the holding point runway 20, American 259.
Agent 2 Papa Tank, continue taxi via uniform Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, bye.
Uniform Golf 2, 121.755, bye bye, ATM, Papa Tango.
Portugal 11, Whiskey Quebec, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20. To 170 degrees, 11 knots, gusting 25. Portugal 11, we see Quebec, wind 170 degrees 14 knots, cresting 25, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 1034, Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Continue taxi to uniform 5 holding point, expect full length for now short runway. American 259 ready. American 259 Roger, behind traffic short final, runway 20 via Sierra 4 line up and wait behind. Column 034 behind, landing traffic via uniform 5 cross runway 20 behind and continue to Sierra for holding point.
Behind the landing traffic, cross runway 20 behind, continue to Sierra 4, 120 Cal 11, we speak Quebec, continue taxi by uniform and Golf 2, ground 121.755, bom dia.
Uniform and Golf 2, ground 121.755, muito bom dia. Portugal 11, we speak Quebec, até já.
Legal. American 259 and wind 170 degrees 15 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Good day. Cal 1034, will you be ready upon takeoff? 1034, Roger, via Channel 4, line up and wait, runway 20. Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20.
Lisboa, American 259 or 1,500 for flight level 100.
259, Roger, contact approach 109.105.
Sorry, I forgot to plan this out.
1034, wind 170 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, convo. Victor Mike, Lisboa Tower Low, by uniform 5, line up and right.
Foi runway 20 by Atenção, right. And 963 Victor Mike, wind 170 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye. Bye. Obrigado.
Yeah. Atenção, next place to Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach. Next phase Zulu, minimum approach speed. Brilliant 261, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear land. All 1136, Lisboa Tower, behind, landing traffic, runway 20, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Landing traffic, line up and wait, runway 20 behind, by uniform 5, Airport Go 1136, bom dia.
LPPT, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20. Call 1136, wind 170 degrees 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Congo.
Clear for takeoff 20, Call 1136, obrigado.
261, continue taxi by uniform, Golf 2, hold short of Quebec. 261, contact ground, 121.755, bye bye. 61, contact ground, 121.755. 755. Seven X-ray Zulu, wind 180 degrees 13 knots, gusting 23, runway 20, clear to land.
Zero, clear to land, Alpine 37 X-ray Zulu.
Call 117 Heavy, Lisboa, bom dia. Taxi now to the visual holding point on Alpha 6 and behind landing traffic, runway 20, cross runway 20 behind to Sierra 4 holding point.
Visual holding point, runway 20 on Alpha 6, after landing traffic, cross runway behind and continue to Sierra 4 holding point, runway 20, Portugal 117 Heavy.
Call 257 November, Tower, bom dia. Question, Call 257 November, behind the just landing EasyJet, cross runway 20 behind and continue to Sierra 4 holding point. On Sierra, give way to the 330 on the right.
Runway 2 and continue to Sierra 4, give way to Airbus 330 on the right at Portugal 25 Delgado.
Call 110 Heavy, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20. 537 X-Play Zulu, continue taxi by uniform, Lima, contact ground 121.755, good day.
From Lima and ground 121.755, Alpine 37 X-ray Zulu, bye-bye.
At ground 923, 2 aircraft crossing the runway left to right, call you back shortly. Call 1923, wind 180 degrees 17 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Runway 20, clear to land, and Call 123. Call 16 Alpha Lima, Lisboa, bom dia. Call 16 Alpha Lima, Tower. Go ahead, Call 16 Alpha Lima.
Call 16 Alpha Lima, bom dia. Via Alpha, cross runway 20 and continue to Sierra 4 holding point.
Alpha, cross runway 20 and continue to Sierra 4 holding point at Call 16 Alpha Lima.
3, continue taxi via Uniform and Lima, contact ground 121.755, bom dia.
Uniform and Lima, ground 121.755,
Mon 579 at Lisboa Tower Low, continue approach for 920. Call 110 heavy, wind 180 degrees 15 knots, runway 20, clear flight. Call 117 heavy, do you have the company on short final, runway 20 inside? 117 heavy, Roger behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Call 117, wind 180 degrees 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, control. Call 110, continue taxi via Uniform Lima, ground 121.755, bom dia.
Uniform Lima 11755, aeroporto final de 110, obrigado, bom dia.
Country Motel Tower, bom dia. Continue approach for 920. Wind check 190 degrees, 15 knots. Five 700, wind 180 degrees 15 knots, runway 20, clear flight.
579.
Delta 57 November, Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Behind traffic short final, runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Taxi 257 November, wind 190 degrees 18 knots, gusting 30, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Lemon 579, continue taxi by uniform and Lima, ground 121.755, bom dia. 0 for Alpha, bom dia, continue approach, wind check 160 degrees 16 knots. Telemetry Lima Hotel, contact approach 109.105. One 109.105. South 257 November, inflatable stop climb at 4,000 feet, please.
4,000 approach, go 257 November.
South 257 November, contact approach 109.105.
109.105, approach, go 257 November, bye.
Six Alpha Lima, Lisboa Tower, lá vai a Sierra 4. Disregard, I'll call you back shortly, hold position. Six Alpha Lima via Sierra 4, line up and wait runway 20 after departure, stop climb at 4,000 feet. Lima Hotel, contact approach 109.105.
Currently with approach and number 1, just to let you know we are the wind shear on final.
Ok, muito obrigado. 0 for Alpha, wind shear reported on final. Direto, Victoria, low, continue approach runway 20, wind shear reported on final. 6 Alpha Lima, wind 170 degrees 17 knots, variable between 150 and 210 degrees, gusting 30, runway 20, clear for takeoff. For Alpha, wind 170 degrees 15 knots, runway 20, clear fun. Lisboa Tower, hello, taxi to the visual holding point Alpha 6, hold short runway 20.
To the visual holding point, runway Alpha 6 and hold short of runway 20, Air Canada 813. Tower for Air Canada 813. Is anyone directly behind us? We need to apply a little bit of thrust to get going again.
Air Canada 813, negative. We'll stop the traffic behind you a bit to depart.
Thank you very much.
Canada 813 behind landing traffic, cross runway 20 and continue to Sierra for holding point.
Behind the landing traffic, cross runway 20 and continue to the Sierra 4 holding point, Air Canada 813.
Assistant Papa Lima, Tower, bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind chill reported on final. Roger, continue taxi by uniform, Foxtrot, ground 121.755, bom dia. Wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
20, Portugal 20.
Start 59 Zulu, tower low, heading.
A7, if we're ready, stable 59 Zulu.
59 Zulu, horizon behind landing traffic, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and right behind.
Behind the landing traffic, line up and wait, by uniform 5 behind and wait, super 59 Zulu.
Five Nana Zulu, wind 170 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 150 and 210 degrees, gusting 30, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
And takeoff, super 59 Zulu.
Delta 38, continue taxi via uniform and Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, bye.
From Golf 2, 121.755, Delgado, National Liverpool, 237.
Palma Canada 0X, Lisboa, Tower, continue approach, Canada 0. Palma Canada 0X, speed 180 knots or less for now, and wind shear was reported on final. Alpine 67 Papa Lima, QNH 999, break wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Papa Lima, QNH 999.
Canada 813, beyond traffic short funnel, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait beyond, QNH 999. Eight 13, wind 180 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff line.
0, clear for takeoff, Air Canada 813, bye-bye.
967 Papa Lima, continue taxi via uniform, Lima and contact ground, 121, 755, good day.
Storm Lima, 1755, bom dia, we zijn Aeroporto.
Traffic just depart. Break, Hallmark 980 WEC, wind 180 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, clear fun. Hallmark 980 WEC, QNH 999. Wind 180 degrees, 18 knots. Poltrito Romeo, Lisboa Tower, bom dia. QNH 999, break beyond traffic short funnel, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait beyond.
QNH 999, behind landing traffic, short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind it, Portugal 43, Tango Romeo, bom dia.
Lisboa Tower outra vez, continua para runway 20. Nine 81 confirm vacating Hotel 1.
Firm, standby.
You can vacate now, no buy a tank, it's okay.
We took Tango 5, 980 go.
Mohawk 980, continue taxi via Tango, short whiskey and contact ground, 121.755.
Continue taxi Tango, hold short whiskey 121755, bye bye rollback, 90 echo.
Alpha 3 Tango Romeo, follow me car on the runway, performing a partial runway inspection. I'll call you back shortly.
Aeroporto 43 Tango Romeo.
Call you right back. Alpha 3 Tango Romeo, wind 180 degrees 20 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, on route.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Aeroporto 43 Tango Romeo.
Prestige Mike Victor, Lisboa, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind shear was reported on final, wind check 180 degrees 25 knots. One 13 Lima Hotel, wind 170 degrees 20 knots, runway 20, clear flight. Down 3 Lima Hotel, continue taxi via Uniform and Lima, ground 121.755, bom dia.
Uniform Lima, ground 121.755.
It's Mike Victor, follow me car on the runway, performing a partial runway inspection, I will call you back. Victor Tower, bom dia, continue approach.
Tower Delta 125, holding short of runway 20 at Alpha 6.
Delta 125, Roger, continue to the visual holding point on Alpha 6, hold short, runway 20.
Continue to the visual holding point of Alpha 6 and continue holding short at 20 Delta 15.
Emirates 3 Mike Victor, wind 170 degrees 20 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Delta 125 behind landing traffic, cross runway 20 behind and continue to Sierra 4 holding point.
Alright, continue runway 20 via Sierra, taking clear to cross runway 20 after behind landing traffic, Delta 125.
125 aircraft, only behind the Emirates. Roger, Delta 125. Lisboa, Lisboa, bom dia. Via tank, cross runway 20 and continue taxi to Sierra 4 holding point on Sierra, give way to the Delta.
Cross runway 20 on Tango, continue to Sierra 4, give way on Sierra on Tango to Delta, Delta 31 Papa.
3 Mike Victor, continue taxi via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, good day. Delta 97 Victor, traffic information to aircraft crossing the runway and an additional traffic, follow me car, finishing a runway inspection. I will call you back in about 1 minute, continue our approach. National Quebec, Lisboa, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20, wind check 170 degrees, 21 knots. The 97 Victor, wind 170 degrees 22 knots, cresting 33, runway 20, clear to land. One to 5, will you be ready upon reaching?
Affirm, Delta 125.
125, Roger, behind landing traffic, runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind.
Behind landing traffic, line up and wait, runway 20, Delta 125. Six Kilo Tower, hello, continue approach, runway 20.
Delta 125, wind 180 degrees, 21 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye bye. Cessna 97 Victor, continue taxi right uniform, left Lima, ground 121.755, good day. One 180 degrees, 23 knots, gusting 33. France 1 Quebec, wind 170 degrees, 20 knots, gusting 33, runway 20, clear flank. Delta 31 Papa, behind landing traffic, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind, be ready for departure. Delta 028 Vitor, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20. Epical 231 Papa, wind at midpoint 180 degrees, 22 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, traffic 3 miles.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff,
Air France 19 Juliet Quebec, continue taxi by uniform, Goals 2, ground 121.755, bye.
Uniform Golf 2 and 121.755, Air France 1 Energy with Quebec. Bye bye.
Base 36 kilo, wind at threshold 170 degrees, 2 knots, gusting 33, runway 20, clear flight. Stop 17 Charlie, Lisboa, bom dia, taxi to the visual holding point Alpha 6, and behind landing traffic, cross runway 20, behind to Sierra 4 holding point.
Muito bom dia, taxi to visual landing point runway 20, and then behind the aircraft of landing cross runway 20 to Sierra 4 until 7 Charlie.
Tudo para poder voltar, bom dia, continue approach. Skill, continue taxi via uniform and Lima, contact ground, 121.755, good day. Call 028 heavy, wind 170 degrees 17 knots, gusting 28, runway 20, clear plan.
Clear to land runway 20, Portugal 028. Charlie, are you ready? 7 Charlie, Roger, vai 74, line up, runway 20, actualize, pilot. Now Lisbon Airport, Portugal 028, we hold the Hotel 3.
Já approved, after Hotel 3, Gosto. Capital 028, continue via Golf 2 and contact ground 121.755 on the air.
Ground 12755, Portugal 028.
South 17 Charlie, wind 180 degrees 26 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, move out. Barry 0531, let's voltar, bom dia, continue on, let's approach, runway 20, wind check 150 degrees 100 knots. Juliet Papa, wind 160 degrees 20 knots, runway 20, clear plan.
And F55 Papa Alpha, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 170 degrees to 1 knot. Zero 531, wind 170 degrees, 23 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Capital 68 Juliet Papa, continue right on uniform and then go to contact ground with 1755.
Hotel 1.
You. Run F55 Papa Alpha, wind 170 degrees, 23 knots, runway 20, clear flat. Iberia 0531, continue right uniform and then go to contact ground with 1755.
You can right uniform and then go to and 1755.
Sir, bye-bye.
Goodbye.
QREX 705, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 22 knots. Ryanair 10 Bravo Juliet, hello, continue to the visual holding point and then behind the traffic on short final 1820 by any form line up and wait behind.
To the visual holding point and then line up and wait behind the landing aircraft Ryanair 10 Bravo Juliet. Bravo Juliet. After departure, we will take a left turn to avoid all the weather on the right.
Roger, I will try to coordinate with approach after departure. You can contact approach immediately after departure.
Roger, 10 Bravo Juliet.
Now 10 Bravo Juliet, wind 180 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 28 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Takeoff runway 10 Bravo Juliet.
F55 Papa Alpha, continue right uniform and then Lima contact ground 11755, bye-bye. QRX 705, wind 170 degrees, 22 knots, runway 20, clear flight. Lisboa, bom dia, continue approach 1820, wind 170 degrees to 1 knot. Aeroporto 5 Papa Zulu, behind the traffic on short final 1820 via uniform line up and wait behind.
Traffic on final inside line up and wait via uniform 4, runway 20 behind Aeroporto 5 Papa Zulu.
Down 95 Lisboa, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 22 knots. The 31 read the steer minimum approach speed. Aeroporto 5 Papa Zulu, wind 170 degrees, 19 knots, gusting 29 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Aeroporto takeoff, runway 20, obrigado, Aeroporto 5 Papa Zulu, bye.
QRX 705, continue right uniform and then Golf 2, contact ground 11755, bye. 1031, wind 170 degrees, 24 knots, 1820, cleared line. Tower 1031, continue right on uniform 1 and contact ground 11755. Tower 925, wind 170 degrees, 22 knots, runway 20, cleared line. Approved. Runway 19 whiskey, hello, continue approach 1820, wind 170 degrees, 22 knots. Approved, sir. Continue right uniform and then correction, continue straight ahead via Lima and contact ground 11755.
1755, stay down, go, and flight.
Battery 19 whiskey, wind 170 degrees, 25 knots, 1820, cleared line. And we see continue via Golf 2 and contact ground with 1755 for that. For Lima Kilo via uniform lineup for runway 20.
Lineup runway 20, 714.
Lima Kilo, expect a few minutes on the runway due to your CPUT.
Roger.
Five Delta Whiskey, hello, continue approach 180, wind 180 degrees, 20 knots, gusting 30 knots. In 20 seconds.
Well, we have a bit of time, is there any chance we could negotiate a left-hand turn after departure with the weather out to the right-hand side?
Rock for the Kilo Airway, Tuxedo approach. After departure, you can contact them immediately. Wind 180 degrees, 19 knots, gusting 29 knots. Runway 20, clear for takeoff. Bye bye.
Thanks for that, clear takeoff, runway 20, Shanghai 40.
Delta Whiskey, revive 908. 606 Lisboa, bom dia, continue approach 1820, wind 180 degrees, 320 knots, gusting 30 knots. Speedbird 5 Delta Whiskey, wind 180 degrees, 19 knots, gusting 30 knots, 1820, cleared flight. Late 9 Whiskey Tango, Lisboa, hello, behind traffic on short final 1820 via uniform line up and wait behind. Late 9 Whiskey Tango. Late 9 Whiskey Tango, Lisboa Tower. F54 Delta Quebec, hello, pitching approach 1820, wind 170 degrees, 20 knots. Late 9 Whiskey Tango, behind the landing traffic, 1820 by uniform line up and wait behind, bom dia.
Traffic now landing runway 20, line up and wait behind by uniform 540, late 9 Whiskey Tango. For Delta Quebec to reduce your final approach. Late 9 Whiskey Tango, wind 180 degrees, 20 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, mobile. Takeoff runway 20,
Speedbird 5 Delta Whiskey, continue right on uniform and then Golf, contact ground with 175.
Uniform, Golf and ground on 121 at 755, Seabed 500.
Cover 606, wind 170 degrees, 26 knots, 1820, clear flight.
Total land, Cover 606.
Alpine 76 to 79, Lisbon Tower, hello, behind traffic on short final 1820 via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Behind traffic, short final 1820, line up and wait behind, Alpine 7679.
Fine 7679, wind 180 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 28 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, bye bye.
Clear for takeoff, 1820, bunch 7679.
Top vid 606, continue right uniform to uniform 1 and contact ground 11755. Tal 088 Lisboa, bom dia, continue approach 1820, wind 170 degrees, 4 knots. Air 54 Delta Quebec, wind 170 degrees, 23 knots, 1820, clear to land.
Runway 20, clear to land, runway 54 Delta Quebec.
Gal 103 Lisboa, bom dia, continue to the visual holding point on Tango 5, hold short of the runway.
Continue to visual holding point, 20 short runway 20, airport shall
Agent to Lima Papa, hello, behind the landing traffic, running 20 via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Good day, behind the landing traffic, line up and wait, runway 20 via uniform 5, behind the GM, to Lima Papa.
Gal 103 behind the landing traffic via Tango cross 1820 behind and continue to Sierra 4.
The landing 6 cross 20 behind via Tango to Sierra 4, airport 103.
Hotel 1, right at 54 Delta Quebec.
From Hotel 3?
Hotel 1, right at 54 Delta Quebec.
That's it. Runway 54 Delta Quebec, continue right uniform and then Lima, contact ground with 1755, bye-bye.
Right, turning uniform, get on Lima, ground 121.
Agent 2 Lima Papa, wind 190 degrees, 23 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, obrigado, bye-bye, GM, vamos lá.
Tight, wind 170 degrees, 23 knots, gusting 33 knots, 1820, clear to land. Uh, 1014 behind traffic on short final 1820 via uniform, line up and wait behind, boa tarde.
Traffic short, final runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20 behind airport 101, muito boa tarde.
Gal 1013 Lisboa, boa tarde, continue approach 1820, wind 180 degrees, 23 knots, gusting 33 knots. Portugal 103.
O antigo virou a noite no mar, que há imensos pássaros na zona da aproximação e no aeroporto.
Copiado, vamos colocar.
Torre 834.
834.
Quando estivermos alinhados no uniforme 5, nós vamos precisar de avaliar as condições de tempo para ver se conseguimos fazer essa ID conforme está.
Quanto tempo?
Como se dizer, mas não há de ser mais que 1 minuto de certeza.
1 minuto não terá.
Bem, há de ser menos. Eventualmente o tempo melhor está a oeste do campo. Acredito que não haja, só para manter sobrevivência.
Star 1014, wind 19 degrees, 2 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye bye.
20, clear for takeoff for Portugal 1014. Obrigado.
Portugal 088, continue right, uniform and then Lima, contact South 1755.
Uniform then Lima 121.755, Portugal 088,
Portugal 1013, wind 180 degrees, 24 knots, gusting 35 knots, runway 20, clear flight.
Canal 0 Portugal, direto.
Ryanair 782 Mike Golf, hello, continue approach 1820, wind 180 degrees, 24 knots, gusting 35 knots. Portugal 103 behind traffic on short final 1820 via Sierra line up and wait behind. Gal 103, wind 180 degrees, 25 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff.
816.
Del 1013, continue right uniform and then Lima contact cloud 11755. Boa tarde.
0137.
Ryanair 78 Mike Golf, wind 180 degrees, 24 knots, gusting 35 knots, 1820, clear flight. South 63 Charlie Tango, Lisboa, boa tarde, continue approach 1820, wind 180 degrees, 25 knots, gusting 36 knots. Charlie 34 Alfa, a seguir à segunda aterragem, poderá ficar mais do que um minuto na pista.
Obrigado, farol.
Gal 201, Lisboa, bom dia, continue to the visual holding point, hold short of the runway.
Visual holding point, hold short of the runway, Gal 201.
201 behind landing traffic by Alpha, cross runway 20 behind it, continue to Sierra 4.
Traffic on the final cross, continue Sierra 4, Gal 201.
We check 180 degrees, 24 knots, gusting 36 knots. At a 9043, hello, continue to the visual holding point, Alpha 6, hold short of the runway.
Alpha 6, hold short of 20 United 943.
United 9043 by Alpha, cross to runway 20 and continue to Sierra 4 holding point.
At Alpha 6, continue cross 20 United 943.
Stop. Ryanair 78 Mike Golf, continue right uniform and then Lima contact ground 11755, bye-bye.
Obrigado.
Aeroporto 63 Charlie Tango, continue approach, traffic crossing the runway, call you back. South 63 Charlie Tango, wind 180 degrees, 23 knots, gusting 36 knots, 22 clear flight. 3 for Alpha behind traffic on short final 180 via uniform, line up right behind.
Traffic on short panel, line up uniform 5 behind vertical 83 for Alpha.
No problem.
Departure owner to our departure.
Delta 63 Charlie 10, continue Golf contact ground 1175. Delta 3 for Alpha, report intentions after departure.
Stand by.
Able to comply the SID in Portugal 834.
Delta 3 Alpha, Roger, wind 190 degrees, 19 knots, gusting 31 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, full hold.
For takeoff runway 20 Portugal 1 correction 834.
Delta 201 via Sierra, line up and wait, 1820. Delta 226 Lisboa, bom dia, continue approach 1820, wind 180 degrees, 24 knots, gusting 36 knots. Delta 01, wind 180 degrees, 21 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, full hold. Delta 6, reduce your minimum approach speed. Minimum approach speed, please. thank you. And 9043 by Sierra Helena, runway 220. At 9043, wind 190 degrees to 1 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Bye-bye. Delta 26, continue approach, Boeing 767 roll. Delta 26, wind 180 degrees to 3 knots, runway 20, cleared to land. Delta 1926, hello, behind landing traffic, runway 20 by uniform, line up and wing behind.
And landing traffic, runway 20 by uniform, line up and wing behind, Portugal 196, hello.
Delta 1926, expect a few minutes on the runway due to wake turbulence.
Roger, Portugal 196.
To 6, continue right uniform and then go to contact ground 11755. Portugal 1926, wind 193 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 27 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff 20, Portugal 196.
32 Foxtrot, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 180 degrees, 20 knots, testing 30 knots. One 336, hello, are you able to expedite crossing? Hello, are you able to expedite crossing?
Yes,
Aeroporto 1336, roger, via Alpha, cross to runway 20, please expedite, continue to Sierra 4. 32 Foxtrot, traffic crossing the runway, call you back. Delta 160, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 180 degrees, 21 knots. Please 32 Foxtrot, wind 180 degrees, 21 knots, runway 20, cleared line. Uniform Whiskey, hello, behind traffic on short final 120 via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Landing traffic via uniform behind, line up and wait behind.
Skyline 57 Uniform Whiskey, wind 190 degrees, 16 knots, gusting 31, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Let's see a clear for takeoff, 59 Uniform Whiskey.
Please 32 Foxtrot, via Golf, contact ground 11755. Sky 1860, wind 180 degrees, 22 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Sky Tango Mike, boa tarde, continue approach, wind 180, 22 knots. Tal 1336, beyond traffic short final, by Sierra 4, line up and wait behind, be ready for immediate. 1336, beyond traffic short final, by Sierra 4, line up and wait behind, be ready for immediate.
Fly, break, FTL 1336, wind 180 degrees, 190 knots, gusting to 9, runway 20, clear for immediate takeoff, bom dia. To Echo, bom dia, continue approach, wind 180 degrees, 20 knots. Sky 1860, left Golf 2, question uniform and Golf 2, ground 11755, bom dia. Sky Tango Mike, wind 190 degrees, 20 knots, correction 22 knots, runway 20, clear to land. LM74 Lima, good afternoon, behind traffic short final, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Hi, the traffic on final, line up, runway 20 behind, get up so fully.
74 Lima, wind 180 degrees to 1 knot, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Runway 20, clear takeoff, Lima, 7 Lima, bye-bye.
Validate Tango Mike, right uniform 1, Ganoblet 1755, boa tarde. Bom dia, continue approach, wind 180 degrees to 1 knot. Wind 180 degrees to 1 knot, runway 20, clear to land. Distrito Bravo, muito bom dia, behind traffic short final, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Right traffic on final, runway 20, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind, the Portugal 532, Bravo, muito bom dia.
Delta Yankee, boa tarde, continue approach, copy to speed, wind check 180 degrees to 0 knots. Alpha 532 Bravo, wind 180 depression, 190 degrees to 2 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa tarde, bom.
Clear for takeoff, boa tarde, Portugal 532 Bravo.
Heading to Echo Echo, continue by the right by uniform, ground blood 1755, bye-bye. About 425, continue approach 320 from top rolling, wind check 200 degrees to 6 knots.
Continue approach 425.
About 425, wind 190 degrees to 2 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 20, lot 425.
Golf 554 Mike, muito boa tarde, behind traffic short final by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Boa tarde, behind traffic short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up way behind, Golf 554 Mike.
Hotel 554 Mike, wind 190 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Boa tarde e bom voo.
Takeoff runway 20, Portugal 554 Mike, obrigado, bom dia.
425, continue by uniform, Golf 2, ground load 1755, bom dia.
Golf 2, 121, 755, approach to 5, thank you, bye.
Vamos fazer to 1, muito boa tarde, continue approach, wind 180 degrees, 18 knots. To Delta Yankee, wind 180 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Plaza 66 November, bom dia, behind traffic short final, via uniform 5, line up and wait, behind.
Lufthansa 66 November, behind landing traffic short final, line up on runway 20, uniform 5, behind.
November, wind 190 degrees, 22 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, choose.
Lufthansa 66 November, runway 20, clear for takeoff, choose.
Line to Delta Yankee, uniform, Lima, ground load 1755, right?
Uniform Lima, 121,755,
British 4021, wind 180 degrees, 100 knots, runway 20, clear to land. This to Lima X-ray, boa tarde, behind traffic short final, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Please, to Lima X-ray, behind traffic short final, runway 20, line up via uniform 5 and wait behind.
Estava de Papa Sierra, boa tarde, continue approach, wind 170 degrees, 100 knots. X-ray, wind 180 degrees, 2 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Boa tarde, Esclarecida do Runway 1.
Esclarecida do One, Lisboa, boa tarde. Catírio vai uniforme Lima, Groundlet 1755, neste limite.
Lima, contactar 1755. E outro claro.
Victor 261, both sides ready.
I'll be back for now, hold short runway 20.
Sir?
Delta 7 Papa Sierra, wind 180 degrees, 20 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Please stand by, break, Delta 7 Papa Sierra, wind 170 degrees, 23 knots, runway 20, clear to land. 75 Romeo November, boa tarde, continue approach, wind 180 degrees, 20 knots. Wind 261, hello again, behind traffic short final, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind the traffic on short final, which we have inside, line up and waiting, runway 20 behind, Berlin 261.
Brilliant 261, wind 180 degrees, 21 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, alright?
Takeoff runway 20, thank you, Berlin 261.
27 Papa Sierra, uniform and Golf 2, ground load 1755, boa tarde. Navy Alpha Juliet, boa tarde, continue approach, wind 180 degrees, 21 knots. Line 75 Romeo November, wind 180 degrees, 22 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Runway 20, fine, cabin 5, runway
764, wind boa tarde, behind traffic short final, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Verda, Transcon final, right from 5 runway 20, line 1 turn behind Portugal 764.
Wind 180 degrees, 19 knots, gusting to 9er, runway 20, clear for takeoff, por arriba um voo. 764 clear for takeoff, bom dia.
Takeoff, Portugal 74, bom dia, até a próxima.
Alpine 75 Romeo November, just to check, did you experience any wind shear on final?
No, sir, Alpine 75 November.
75 Romeo November, roger, continue by uniform Lima, ground 11755, 100 knots.
For Lima, 11755, Alpine 75 November, thank you, bye.
Ryanair 83 Alpha Juliet, wind 180 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, clear flat. Rock 981 Echo, boa tarde, behind traffic short final, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Dodge behind landing traffic inside, we line up and wait behind on the mark, 981 Echo.
João, muito bom dia, Portugal 74, crossing 1200 feet.
Dodge 109 105, bom dia.
109 105, sorry, Portugal 74.
Rock 981 Echo, wind 180 degrees, 17 knots, gusting to 9er, runway 20, clear for takeoff, flight.
20, clear for takeoff on the mark, 981 Echo.
And Air 83 Alpha Juliet, right onto uniform, and did you experience any wind shear? So much, uniform ground 1755, flight. Asfarei Whisky Papa, bom dia, uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, for 8 Whisky Papa, bom dia.
48 Whiskey Papa, wind 180 degrees, 19 knots, gusting to 9 and runway 20 clear for takeoff, au revoir.
Runway 20 clear for takeoff, Air France 48 Whiskey Papa, Lisboa, good luck.
335, boa tarde, continue approach, wind 180 degrees, 18 knots. Iberia 05, Victor Whiskey, boa tarde, by uniform 5, line up the wind, runway 20.
Runway 20 from uniform 5, Iberia 05, there is 200.
Victor Whiskey, wind 180 degrees, 20 knots, runway 20 clear for takeoff, adios.
Runway 20, Iberia 05, Victor Whiskey, buen día, obrigado.
Fixate Hotel Romeo, bom dia, vai uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, Portugal, fixate Hotel Romeo.
Charlie Alpha, boa tarde, continue approach, wind 180 degrees, 18 knots. Hotel Romeo, wind 190 degrees, 21 knots, runway 20 clear for takeoff, traffic speeding 2.5 miles.
Clear for takeoff to 0, go 68 Hotel Romeo.
One 335, continue approach, company colors 321 year rolling, wind check to 180 degrees, 18 knots. Wind 190 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, goodbye. 167 Victor Papa, boa tarde, ready?
Yes, sir, I'm 167 Victor Papa.
7 Victor Papa, behind traffic short final, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind the traffic short final, we have it inside. We line up and wait behind, runway 20, 167 Victor Papa.
567 Victor Papa, wind 180 degrees, 20 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Bye bye.
We're clear for takeoff, Alpine 67 Victor Papa.
Yeah, 1335, continue by the right via uniform 1, ground 1 to 1755. Boa tarde. Whiskey, boa tarde, continue approach, wind 180 degrees, 19 knots. Line 65 Charlie Alpha, continue approach, company 320 rolling, wind check 180 degrees, 19 knots. Charlie Alpha. Line 65 Charlie Alpha, wind 180 degrees, 19 knots, runway 20, good plan.
Clear to land, runway 20, Alpine 65 Charlie Alpha.
Quebec, Echo 705, boa tarde, behind traffic short final, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Standard landing traffic, short final, line up, runway 20 by uniform 5 and wait behind QREC 705.
Cal 007, muito boa tarde, able to expedite crossing. 07, continue via Tango, expedite crossing to Sierra for Lake 1, so traffic to demand. Line 65 Charlie Alpha, continue via uniform to Lima, ground 121 bom dia.
Uniform Lima, ground 121 Alpine 65 Charlie Alpha, okay guys, go ahead.
Reg 705, I'm still waiting for the traffic to cross the runway left and right. Be ready for immediate departure.
Ready for immediate steering.
Thank you. Lima Papa, continue to the visual holding point on Alpha, hold short runway 20. Direct 705, wind 180 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, please for immediate takeoff.
Runway 20, may take off, direct 705.
7 to Lima Papa, able to expedite crossing behind the departing. To Lima Papa, behind the departing, expedite crossing to Sierra 4 holding.
Runway and off.
145 Whiskey, expect late landing clearance, still company traffic crossing the runway, wind check 170 degrees, 18 knots. Until Lima Papa, continue to Sierra 4 holding point behind the company traffic ahead.
Sierra 4 holding point behind
Now 145 Whiskey, wind 170 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, clear plan. Obrigado. Linear 42 Tango Romeo, boa tarde, behind traffic short final, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind the landing traffic by uniform 5, line up and wait behind Ryanair 42 Tango Romeo.
For 3 Juliet Delta, boa tarde, continue approach, wind 170 degrees, 17. Tango Romeo, wind 180 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye.
0 clear for takeoff, and 42 Tango Romeo, bom dia.
Gal 145 Whiskey, straight ahead Lima, ground level 1755, boa tarde. Golf 43 Juliet Delta, wind 170 degrees to 1 knot, runway 20, clear to land.
Golf 43 Juliet Delta.
Gal 007, muito boa tarde novamente, behind traffic short final, via Sierra 4, line for wait behind. .007 upon lining up, please be ready for immediate departure. Mike, boa tarde, continue approach, keep reducing speed, minimum approach speed, traffic to depart from Sierra 4, wind check 170 degrees to 1 knot. Okay, roger. Able reduce any further. Gal 007, wind 180 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, clear for immediate takeoff. Alpha 3 Juliet Delta, uniform Golf 2, ground 11755, boa tarde.
Uniform Golf 2, ground 1755, African, Alpha 3 Juliet Delta.
As a 95 Mike, continue approach, Airbus 321 Neo from top, rolling, wind check 170 degrees, 20 knots. The 95 Mike, wind 170 degrees, 20 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
95 Mike,
L7 to Lima Papa, behind traffic now landing via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. For 1, bom dia, continue approach, wind 170 degrees, 0 knots. Uniforme, boa tarde, continue to the visual holding point, hold short, runway 20.
Continue to the visual holding point and hold short, runway 20, Portugal 54 uniform.
Alpha 7 to Lima, Papa, wind 180 degrees to 1 knots, gusting 31, runway 20, clear for takeoff. 995 Mike, uniform, Golf 2, ground 1755, bye. One to 1755. Alpha 4 to uniform, after the departing company 320 by Alpha, cross runway 20 behind, to Sierra 4 holding point.
Behind the departing traffic, we are clear to cross runway 20 via Alpha 6, behind that, 54 uniform.
870, muito bom dia, after the departing traffic by uniform 5, line up and wait behind. L870, boa tarde, by uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, Portugal 870.
Wind 180 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 31, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Boa tarde e bom voo.
For takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 870, obrigado.
For 1, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, gusting to 7, runway 20, quit land.
Please land airport, Calpiner 41.
Golf 542 uniform, ready for reaching Sierra 4. 42 uniform, behind traffic short final via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind.
Traffic on short final, 1 at runway 20 via Sierra 4 and wait behind, Portugal 54 uniform.
.033, boa tarde, continue approach, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots, gusting to 7. 542 uniform, wind 180 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 31, runway 20, clear for takeoff, muito boa tarde e bom voo. Line 41, uniform Lima, ground 1755, boa tarde.
Uniform Lima ground 1755 and Gosto minus 41.
Wind 180 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, clear flag. 26 Delta Uniform, boa tarde, please report when you have traffic short final inside.
Local Ryanair 26 Delta Uniform. Check inside Ryanair 26 Delta Uniform.
Delta Uniform behind traffic short final, by Uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
And traffic on short final, line up and wait, Ryanair 20. Via Uniform 5 behind the Ryanair 26 Delta Uniform.
Niner Heavy, boa tarde, continue to the visual holding point on Alpha 6, hold short, runway 20.
Roger, continue Alpha 6 holding point, runway 20, continue taxi to turn 8149.
Please confirm to hold short for runway 20 for now.
Hold short, runway 20, turn 8149.
Summit 149er behind traffic short final, via Alpha cross runway 20 behind, please expedite crossing to Sierra for week 1.
Roger, turn 8149, behind the aircraft on short approach, we can cross and turn 8149.
Hotel Yankee, boa tarde, continue approach, wind 170 degrees, 19 knots. Uniform Lima, ground 1755, boa tarde.
Ground 1755,
Air 26 Delta Uniform, wind 180 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 24, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Ryanair 26 Delta Uniform.
Summit 149er.
Go ahead, 8149.
Did my colleague instruct you to contact ground?
Yes, I contact ground and they come to go back to tower.
You had no instructions to contact ground, confirm.
Say again, please.
I did not instruct you to contact ground, but remain in strict.
Okay, 849.
Air Portugal 1438, by uniform, line up and wait, runway 20.
Uniform line up and wait, runway 30, Portugal 1438.
Tower 48, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 1438.
Five Hotel Yankee, wind 170 degrees, 1 knots, runway 20, clear for
0, contei 55 italiano.
John 902, bom dia, continue approach, wind 170 degrees, 1 knots. Cam 8149er, behind landing, traffic, runway 20, line up and wait behind. Cam 8149, wind 182 degrees, 19 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Runway 55 Hotel Yankee, continue Lima, contact ground 11755.
Lima 11755, 355 Hotel Yankee.
Gun 8997, break, wind 170 degrees, 17 knots, resting 27, runway 20, clear to land. FPL 826, bom dia, QNH 997, break, behind traffic for final runway 20, line up and wait behind.
Landing traffic on short final, line up and wait behind, leaving advantage, 997, Airport 826.
LH 6, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Go 90 to continue via Golf 2, contact ground 11755.
Blue ground 11755, port show 190.
Portugal 433, boa tarde, continue approach 0, wind 170 degrees, 17 knots. Golf 6 Mana Delta, QNH 997, break, via uniform, line up runway. QNH 997, via uniform, line up runway 20, Portugal 6 Mana Delta. Bom dia, continue to visual holding point on Alpha 6, hold short runway 20.
Continue visual holding point runway 20 on Alpha 6, hold short runway 20, Alpha 7.
Golf 6 Mana Delta, wind 170 degrees to 1 knot, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 6 Mana Delta, bom trabalho.
Golf 77, behind departing traffic, runway 20, cross runway 20 behind, continue to Sierra for holding point.
And traffic departure, cross runway 20 behind, and that's on point Sierra for Portugal 7.
3505, hello, QNH 997, break, via uniform, line up runway 20.
Seabird 505, by uniform, line of break runway 20, and bon dia.
QNH 997.
QNH 997, 505.
505, wind 180 degrees, 19 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff 405, clear takeoff.
Wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, please land.
There's land runway 20 in Portugal 433.
Portugal 44 Bravo Romeo, boa tarde, behind traffic short final runway 20, via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Behind the traffic short final runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind Portugal 44 Bravo Romeo.
Portugal 44 Bravo Romeo, wind 170 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 27, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20 in Portugal 44 Bravo Romeo.
Golf 433, continue Golf 2, contact ground 11755.
Contact ground 11755, airport Golf 433, obrigado.
Breeze 271X, straight tower, hello, via uniform, line up and wait runway 20. On X-ray, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, gusting 27, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Tower, boa tarde, via uniform, line up and wait, runway 20.
Start fly uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, Portugal 1104.
Air tonight, Charlie November, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots. 1104, wind 180 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
For takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 1104.
Job 277, via Sierra, line up and wait, runway 20. FPL 277, wind 170 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, move on.
Portugal 277,
One 137, boa tarde, continue approach, wind 170 degrees, 18 knots. Charlie November, wind 170 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear flight.
Confirm, runway 20, right, 29 Charlie November. Emirates 192 on Alpha 12, setting to stop pause.
Emirates 192, got report traffic, short final runway 20 in sight.
Traffic inside Emirates 192.
192, roger, behind, landing traffic runway 20, cross runway 20, and continue to Sierra 4, behind.
Traffic will cross runway 02, route NFC to Sierra 4, holding point 20, that's 192.
Golf 436, boa tarde, behind landing traffic runway 20, via uniform, line up and wait behind.
The landing traffic, runway 20, line up and wait behind via uniform 5. We acknowledge and have Emirates in sight.
Muito obrigado. Emirates 192, please expedite contact.
Emirates 192, expedite.
No 137, head to Slovenia, Pacific. Ryanair tonight, Charlie November, continue via Lima, contact ground 11755. wind 170 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, over.
For takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 436, meu obrigado.
1137, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Delta 482, Tower, boa tarde, behind traffic short final, runway 20, vai uniform, line up and wait behind.
Boa tarde, behind traffic short final, runway 20, vai uniform 5, line up and wait behind, é Portugal, 482.
Bye, break, Portugal 482, wind 180 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Portugal, 482.
Golf 754 Alpha, behind the departing traffic, runway 20, cross runway 20 and continue to Sierra 4, behind.
Traffic, cross runway 20, and say the rest of the message on Portugal 754.
754 Alpha, continue to Sierra 4, holding point behind.
Sierra 4 holding point behind, Portugal, 754.
1137, continue Lima, contact ground 11755. Via break, Portugal 67, Alpha Mike, via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Line up and wait, runway 20, Portugal 67, Alpha Mike.
Alpha Mike, wind 170 degrees, 12 knots, gusting 22 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Portugal 67, Alpha Mike.
Birds 1, 9 or 2, via Sierra 4, line up and wait, runway 20. 641, boa tarde, continue approach, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots. Emirates 192, wind 170 degrees, 19 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Go 073. 073, behind the departing Emirates, runway 20, cross runway 20 via Tango, and continue to Sierra 4, behind.
Emirates departing runway 20 via Tango 5, to cross runway 20, continue back to Sierra 4 behind. Watch go 073.
Go 754 Alpha, via Sierra, line up and wait runway 20. Mike.
Michael.
Pois, Mike, bom dia. Vai Alpha, cross runway 20, hold short, hold Sierra.
Alpha, cross runway 20, hold short of Sierra Airport, you go to Mike. He still has the stop bar, Airport, you go to Mike.
Off now.
Thank you.
Stop to Mike, please give way to the 330 on your left and continue to Sierra for holding point behind the 330. Job to Mike.
Behind the 330 on your left, give way, Portugal to Mike.
Seven 54 Alpha, wind 170 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff 20, airport, 75 for Alpha.
For 1, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear plan. Humberto 611, boa tarde, behind landing traffic, runway 20, via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Behind landing traffic, 015, line up and wait behind, Aeroporto 611.
641, correction, Air Portugal 641, continue low, hold short Quebec. 611, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff, Aeroporto 641.
641, contact ground, 1759. Zero 73 via Sierra, line up and wait, runway 20. Zero 73, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 25, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Portugal 2, Hotel Mike via Sierra, line up, runway 20. Portugal 8, Romeo Lima, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots. Hotel Mike, wind 180 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. vai uniforme, manda para runway 20.
Boa tarde, vai Aviação TV, runway 20, canal, Charlie, Charlie.
Charlie, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
For takeoff, runway 20, runway 1 Charlie, Charlie, obrigado, tá bom.
Boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 23. Level 8, Romeo Lima, wind 160 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear flight.
20, clear line up to y'all, 8 for Lima.
Fine 19 November Yankee Yellow, behind traffic short final 120 via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Yeah, any traffic line up and wait behind our uniform, fine 19 November Yankee.
Romeo Lima, continue Golf, contact ground 11755. Fine 19 November Yankee, wind 170 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 24, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Please take any wind, fine 19 November Yankee.
70 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 24.
For takeoff, 20, fine 19 November Yankee.
Gullet 23, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear flight.
Clear the line, runway 20, watching down.
Portugal 942 Tower, boa tarde, behind traffic short final runway 20, via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Behind traffic short final runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind. Portugal 942.
Brilliant 251, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots.
Hotel 3.
Roger. Manor 42, wind 180 degrees, 12 knots, gusting 24, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
0 clear for takeoff, last 2, Lima service.
823, continue Lima, contact ground 11755.
Lima 11755, Portugal, LPPT, stand.
Brilliant 251, wind 160 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Alpha Tango, hello, continue approach, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots. Alpha Tango, wind 170 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Galaxy 6 Golf Mike, bom dia, continue approach. Check 160 degrees, 19 knots. Brilliant 251, continue Golf, hold short Quebec. Brilliant 251, contact ground 11755. 3 Zulu Foxtrot, hello, behind traffic short final, runway 20 via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Behind the traffic on short final, line up and wait via uniform 5, runway 20 behind, volley 3 Zulu Foxtrot, 1 hour.
Link 3 Zulu Foxtrot, wind 160 degrees, 1 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
20 Zulu Fox.
C Alpha Tango, continue Lima, contact ground 11755. November Romeo, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 18 knots. Late 6 Wolf Mike, wind 160 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
To land runway 20, now let's 6 Wolf Mike.
About 5 units Lima, hello, behind traffic short final, runway 20 via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Hello, behind landing traffic, line up runway 20 via uniform 5, and wait behind, load 5 Juliet Lima.
Galley 6 Wolf Mike, continue to uniformal short of block.
Formal short of Wolf, approximately 6 Wolf Mike.
About 5 Juliet Lima, wind 170 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, load 5, and Juliet Lima.
Galley 6 Wolf Mike, contact ground 11755.
Frequency 11755, approximately 6 Wolf Mike, obrigado.
Portugal e Roma Sierra, boa tarde, continue approach, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots. Turkish 8 November Romeo, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 932, boa tarde, behind traffic short final runway 20, by uniform 108 behind.
Yeah, traffic final runway 20, 108 behind, Portugal 932, boa tarde.
Portugal minus V2, wind 170 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff mobile.
Takeoff runway 20, Portugal 932.
8 November, Romeo continue, Lima, contact ground 11759.
11759, Turkish 8, November Romeo.
Silver 506, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 12 knots, gust 23. Portugal 83, Holding Sierra, wind 160 degrees, 12 knots, gusting 23 knots. Runway 20, clear to land.
Runway 20, clear to land, Portugal 83, Holding Sierra.
Doors 125, behind traffic short final runway 20, via uniform 108 behind.
Behind traffic line up runway 20, by uniform 5 behind, doors 125.
Cal 876, bom dia, continue to visual holding point Alpha 6, full short runway 20.
Visual holding point Alpha 6, full short runway 20, Portugal 876, bom dia.
Cal 876, behind the landing traffic runway 20, cross runway 20 and continue to Sierra 4, behind.
Sierra 4, wait behind us,
Portugal 8 Romeo Sierra, continue Golf 2, contact ground 11755.
211-755, é Portugal, 83 Romeo.
Aeroporto 125, wind 160 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Aeroporto 125.
Bird 506, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Line 3, Hotel Echo, behind traffic short final, runway 20 via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Behind the traffic short final via uniform 5, line up and wait. 20 behind and due weather, beeline 3 Hotel Echo is unable for the right turn. Request offset departure, offset 10 is available with the left turn.
Line 3, Hotel Echo, after departure climb straight ahead, flight level 100.
Roger sir, after departure climb straight ahead level 100, beeline 3 Hotel Echo. Thank you.
Line 3, Hotel Echo, wind 170 degrees, 10 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff, runway 20,
Bird 506, continue Golf, hold short Quebec. Charlie 2, 8 Quebec, hello, behind the departing traffic, runway 20, cross runway 20, behind.
Behind the departing traffic, cross runway 20, behind the Charlie 8 Quebec, hello.
506, contact ground 11755.
Red Nose 2 Whiskey Kilo, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 15 knots, maximum 25. Charlie 876, Lisboa Tower, via Sierra 4, line up and wait runway 20, traffic crossing runway on tango. Charlie 876, stay firm, via Sierra 4, line up and wait runway 20, traffic crossing runway on tango. Enable Hotel 1, vacate Hotel 3.
Apontado, Lufthansa 0, Echo ready, uniform 5.
Lufthansa 03 Alpha Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 18 knots. Lufthansa 03 Alpha, how do you read? Continue approach. Call 876, wind 170 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20 clear for immediate takeoff, Moho.
Lisboa Tower, Pontia, Lufthansa 05 Echo, ready uniform 5.
Lufthansa 05 Echo, Lisboa Tower, hello, copy, old shirt 02, correction, old shirt 20.
20 Lufthansa 05 Echo. 32 Quebec, Navy, Daniel.
Say again?
32 at Quebec, maybe continue via Sierra all the way to the holding point.
32 Kilo firm, you can continue via Sierra to Sierra 4 holding point.
Sierra 04 holding point, with 0% Quebec.
Nose 2 Whiskey Kilo, wind 160 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20 clear flight.
So clever land, run off 3, correct 2 Whiskey 2.
Lufthansa 05 Echo, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up runway to behind.
Lufthansa 05 Echo, behind, landing traffic, lining up runway 20, behind and wait.
Lufthansa 05 Echo, wind 170 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye.
05 Echo, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye.
And nose 2 Whiskey Kilo, continue by the right, uniform left Lima, contact ground 121.755. KLM 907 November, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 14 knots. Lufthansa 03 Alpha, wind 170 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 25, runway 20, clear to land.
Lufthansa 03 Alpha, runway 20, clear to land.
Portugal 1242 Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia, confirm ready. Portugal 1242 behind traffic, short final runway 20, uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic on short final 20, line up and wait behind, lane short 5, FTL 1242.
Lufthansa 03 Alpha, flight vacating Hotel 1. Negative, don't vacate Tango, sir.
Take Hotel 1, Lufthansa 03 Alpha.
907 November, reduce minimum approach speed. KLM 907 November, go around traffic on the runway. KLM 907 November, 8 firm, go around traffic on the runway. Runway 24 Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots. Zero 3 Alpha, continue by the right, uniform left Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Delta 03 Alpha, uniform Lima and 117. Not available, John?
Delta 03 Alpha, because the rapid exit taxiway is Hotel 1, Hotel 3 or Papa, you cannot vacate Tango just on demand.
Delta 03 Alpha.
KLM 907 November, contact approach 119.105. Portugal 1242, after departure stop climb 3000 feet, QNH 997.
After departure, stop climb 3000 feet, QNH 997, and Portugal 1242.
Portugal 1242, read back correct, wind 170 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff for right here, Portugal 1242.
Portugal 1356, Lisboa Tower, bom dia.
Yeah.
Portugal 1356, behind the departing company traffic, cross runway 20 behind, continue taxi via Tango, Sierra 4 holding point.
The company traffic departing now, cross 20 behind, Tango 5, Sierra 4 and Portugal 1356.
Portugal 1824, wind 160 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Qatari 28 Quebec, behind traffic, short final, runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait, behind. Portugal 1127, Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde. Continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 14 knots.
Hotel 3.
If enable Hotel 1, Hotel 3.
Probably yes, 184, yeah.
Qatar East 28 Quebec, wind 160 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Portugal 1824, continue Lima, contact ground 121.755. Portugal 1127, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Ryanair 1 Hotel Whiskey Lisboa, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots, reduce 160. If unable, Hotel 1, Hotel 3, reduce now 160, please. Portugal 1356, behind traffic, now landing runway 20 via Sierra 4, land behind. Portugal 1356, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Portugal 1127, continue by the right uniform, left Gulf 2, contact ground 121.755. Ryanair 1 Hotel Whiskey, wind 160 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear to land. É Portugal 1036, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia. Behind traffic on short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Bom dia, behind the traffic on final, line up and wait behind the uniform, Portugal 1036.
Portugal 1929, Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde. Continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 12 knots. Alpine 36, X-Ray Papa, Lisboa Tower.
Go ahead.
Confirm that you are still requesting not to perform Exceed 1 Sierra.
Well, we could potentially do that, but we will prefer a left turn after departure.
I will try to coordinate with approach. I will call you back. Portugal 1036, wind 180 degrees, 11 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
For takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 1036.
And Air 1 Hotel Whiskey, continue by the right, uniform 1, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform 121.755,
Pine 36, X-ray Papa, uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Wait, runway 20, Alpine 36, X-ray Papa.
Pine 36, X-ray Papa, after departure, climb straight ahead, flight level 100.
After departure, straight ahead, flight level 100, Alpine 36, X-ray Papa.
Read back correct, line up and wait, runway 20.
Wait, runway 20, Alpine 36, X-ray Papa.
Pine 36, X-ray Papa, wind 180 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, traffic formal.
Yep, clear for takeoff, runway 20, Alpine 36, X-ray Papa.
Portugal 1929, continue approach runway 20, Airbus 320 rolling, wind check 150 degrees, 10 knots. Time 97 November, Lisboa Tower, continue approach. Portugal 1929, wind 150 degrees, 10 knots, runway 20, clear to land. France LA 50, Sierra Victor, Lisboa Tower, good day. Behind traffic, short final runway 20, uniform 5, line up and wait, behind.
Good day, sir. From Sierra Victor, so behind the landing traffic, runway 20, from uniform 5, we line up behind from 50, Sierra Victor.
Roger. Soleil 50 Sierra Victor, wind 180 degrees, 10 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, traffic formal, sir.
20 que é só
Portugal 1929, continue by the right uniform, left Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Left on Golf 2, ground 11755, Portugal 1929.
KLM 907 November, wind 150 degrees, 11 knots, runway 20, clear to land. É Portugal 1928, Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde. Behind traffic, short final, runway 20, uniform 5, line up runway 8, behind.
Start via traffic, short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up runway 20 behind Air Portugal 1928.
Portugal 492, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia, taxi to the visual, holding point on Tango 5, hold short of runway 20.
They're getting Hotel 3 again on maximum.
Roger, expedite. Portugal 1928, wind 170 degrees, 11 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff 20 Portugal 928.
KLM 907 November, continue by the left Golf 2, contact ground 121.755. Portugal 4902, behind departing traffic, course runway 20 behind, continue taxi Tango Sierra, Sierra 4 holding point.
Portugal runway 20, course runway 20, Tango Sierra, Sierra 4 Portugal 492.
Wizz Air Malta 5065, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 12 knots. Portugal 836 Alpha, Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde. Uniform 5, line up runway 20, traffic information, company traffic crossing the runway.
Copy traffic information, line up and wait runway 20, uniform 5 in Portugal 836 Alpha.
Portugal 4902, traffic information, company traffic lining up on uniform 5.
Pronto. Just to confirm to Sierra 4.
Confirm Tango Sierra, Sierra 4 link point, sir.
Tango Sierra, Sierra 4 link point, Portugal 492, obrigado.
É Portugal 836 Alpha, wind 170 degrees, 10 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom voo.
Clear for takeoff runway 20, Portugal 836 Alpha, obrigado.
É Portugal 1312, Lisboa Tower, muito
boa tarde. É Portugal 1312, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde.
Aeroporto 1312.
1312, continue to the visual link point Alpha 6, hold short runway 20.
Holding point runway to Aeroporto 1312.
Portugal 1312, are you able to expedite?
Affirm, we can expedite Aeroporto 1312.
Portugal 1312, negative. Continue to the visual link point of Alpha 6, hold short runway 20, I'll call you back, sir.
Hold short at visual link point Alpha 6, hold short on Aeroporto 1312.
Wizz Air Malta 5065, wind 160 degrees, 11 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 20, Wizz Malta 5065.
Air Baltic 7, Foxtrot Romeo, Lisboa Tower, good day. Continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 11 knots. Air Portugal 4902, behind traffic, short final runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait, behind. Portugal 1312, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, cross runway 20, behind, continue taxi to Sierra 4, holding point.
Traffic inside, behind the traffic short final, cross runway behind, to taxi Sierra 4, holding point runway 20, Airport call 1312.
Portugal 4902, traffic information, company traffic, crossing the runway on Alpha 6. Portugal 1312, traffic information, company traffic lining up on Sierra 4.
Copy, Airport 1312.
Portugal 1312, if able, expedite, sir.
Okay.
Wizz Air Malta 5065, continue taxi by the right, uniform 1, contact ground 121.755.
Right, by uniform 121.755, Wizz Malta 5065.
Portugal 4902, wind 160 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, traffic from Mount, bon vol. Agent 7, Papa Tango, Lisboa Tower, good day, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots. If unable, Hotel 1, Hotel 3, sir. EQ 7 Foxtrot Romeo, wind 160 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 1312, if able, expedite.
Welcome, Airport Portugal 1312.
Portugal 1312, revise QNH 9er 6, brake, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait, behind.
QNH 996, with traffic inside, behind the traffic on short final, line up and wait behind via Sierra runway 20, Airport Portugal 1312.
Agent 7 Papa Tango, continue approach runway 20, revise QNH 996. Bill 1312, wind 160 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, traffic 4 miles. Air Baltic 7 Foxtrot Romeo, continue by the right uniform, left Golf 2, contact ground 121.755. Bill 71 Victor Echo, Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 14 knots. Agent 7 Papa Tango, wind 160 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Runway 20, Agent Papa Tango.
É Portugal Minor 4 Echo Victor, Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde. Revise QNH 996, brake behind traffic, short final runway 20, uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Olá, muito boa tarde. QNH 996, brake behind traffic on short final runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait 20 behind. Portugal 94 Echo Victor.
É Portugal 94 Echo Victor, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom voo.
Takeoff runway 20, Portugal 94 Echo Victor. Bom dia, obrigado.
Agent 7 Papa Tango, continue by the right uniform, left Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Agent 2, Golf 2, and contact 121.755. Agent 7 Tango, thank you very much, bye.
Finnair 906 Whiskey, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots. Control 71 Victor Echo, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Land runway 20, Portugal 71 Victor Echo.
41 Lima Hotel, Lisboa Tower, good day. Continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 14 knots, maintain present speed as long as possible. Finnair 906 Whiskey, wind 160 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 71 Victor Echo, continue by the right uniform, left Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
11755, let's go 71, Victor Echo.
Ryanair 41 Lima Hotel, wind 160 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Finnair 906 Whiskey, continue by the right uniform, left Lima, contact ground 121.755. Boteia 2176, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 17 knots. Portugal 1905, Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde. Behind traffic, short final, runway 20, uniform 5, line up and wait, behind.
Muito boa tarde, behind traffic on final 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind at Portugal 1905.
Portugal 472 Charlie, Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde. Continue to the visual holding point on Alpha 6, hold short of runway 20.
Continue visual holding point Alpha 6, hold short runway 20 at Portugal 472 Charlie, clear.
Portugal 1905, wind 170 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom voo.
Clear for takeoff 20, Portugal 1905, attention.
Ryanair 41 Lima Hotel, continue by the right, uniform left Lima, contact ground 121.755, bye.
121.755, 41 Lima.
Portugal 472 Charlie, behind the departing traffic, runway 20, cross runway 20 behind, continue taxi via Alpha, Sierra 4 holding point.
When clear of traffic departing now, clear to cross runway 20 by Alpha, Sierra 4 holding point, Portugal 472 Charlie.
Volotea 2176, wind 160 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Runway 20, Volotea 2176.
Alpine 45 Foxtrot Hotel, Lisboa Tower, good afternoon. Behind traffic on short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Put that behind the traffic on short final alignment, wait behind runway 20, uniform 5, Alpine 45 Foxtrot Hotel.
Europa 86 Delta November, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde. Continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots. Alpine 456 Foxtrot Hotel, wind 170 degrees, 11 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, small rope.
Runway 20,
Volotea 2176, continue by the right, uniform left Lima, contact ground 121.755.
From Lima 121.755, thank you, Volotea 2176.
Portugal 67 Mike, Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde. Continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 16 knots. Europa 86 Delta November, wind 160 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 472 Charlie, Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde. Behind traffic, short final, runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait, behind. Portugal 472 Charlie, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom voo. Europa 86 Delta November, continue by the right uniform, left Lima, contact ground 121.755, hasta luego. Portugal 67 Mike, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Twister 130, Lisboa Tower, hello. Behind traffic, short final, runway 20, uniform 5, line up and wait, behind.
Behind traffic, landing, uniform 5, runway 20, line up and wait, 130, behind.
Portugal 15 November Charlie, Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde. Continue approach runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots. 130, wind 170 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom voo.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, 130.
Departure 67 mile, continue by the right to uniform, left Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform Golf 2, 121.755, Portugal. 67 mile, obrigado.
Portugal 15 November Charlie, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Direto Mike Romeo, Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde. Behind traffic, short final, runway 02 via, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Bom dia, behind traffic, short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind Aeroporto 02 Mike Romeo.
One Foxtrot Golf, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 7 knots. Direto Mike Romeo, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, bom voo.
Takeoff Portugal 02 Mike Romeo, obrigado, bom trabalho.
Portugal 15 November Charlie, continue taxi uniform, left on Foxtrot, contact ground 121755.
Uniform, left on Fox, 5 Air Portugal, 12, return.
Ryanair 41 Foxtrot Golf, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
It's runway 20 now, 1 Foxtrot Golf.
One Lima, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 6 knots. For 1 Foxtrot Golf, continue taxi via Uniform 1, contact ground 121755.
Continue taxi Uniform 1, 121755 and Uniform 1 for Golf, bye-bye.
Portugal minus 31 Lima, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 1016 Tower, muito bom dia, behind traffic, short final runway 20 via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic on final runway 02 via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind, departure 1016.
Portugal 131 Lima, wind check 170 degrees, 15 knots. 005 Bravo Zulu, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots. Squall 1016, wind 170 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20 cleared for takeoff, bon vol.
Runway 20 cleared for takeoff, airport shell 1016, hello.
Commander 31 Lima, continue via Golf 2, contact ground 121755. Zero 05 Bravo Zulu, wind 170 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20 clear to land. Five Bravo Lima Tower, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots. Lisbon 507 Lisboa Tower, hello, confirm fully ready.
507, good afternoon, yes, we are fully ready.
Lisbon 507, Roger, behind landing traffic, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind the landing traffic, via uniform 5, runway 20, line up and wait behind.
Squall 35 Bravo Lima, reduce to your minimum approach speed. Roger, standby as instructed, I'll call you. Bird 507, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. 5.
Clear takeoff, runway 20, speed at 507.
Sierra 05 Bravo Zulu, continue taxi via Golf 2, contact ground 121755.
2 121.755, favor 05 Bravo Zulu, boa tarde.
Portugal 35 Bravo Lima, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land. This to Golf X-ray behind traffic short final runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Contacting traffic inside by uniform 5, line up runway 20, wait behind. This to Golf X-ray.
Hotel 3.
Aprovado.
Não consigo ser no Hotel 1.
Hotel 1, uniforme Lima.
Uniforme Lima. Muito obrigado. Vamos Lima.
This to Golf X-ray, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, bye-bye. Now 35 Bravo Lima, continue Lima, ground 121.755. Bom descanso. Ryanair 84 Foxtrot Tango Lisboa Tower, good afternoon. After the departing Swiss via uniform 5, line up and wait after.
Departing Swiss via uniform 5, line up and wait after, runway 84 Foxtrot Tango.
Ryanair 80 Whiskey X-ray, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 15 knots, safe firm, speed is okay, speed is good. At 84 Foxtrot Tango, wind 170 degrees 17 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, bye-bye.
Runway 20, cleared for takeoff, bye-bye, Ryanair 84 Foxtrot Tango.
At 80 Whiskey X-Ray, wind 170 degrees 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 1930 Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, behind traffic short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Boa tarde, behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind Portugal 1930.
Three uniform Lisboa Tower, hello. Continue taxi to the visual holding point, runway 201 Tango, hold short of runway.
Uniform, yeah, we will taxi to the visual holding point, runway 20, but hold short on runway 20.
After the 48 uniform, read back correct, brake, behind landing traffic, runway 20, cross runway 20 behind, and continue via Sierra to Sierra for holding point.
For the uniform, we have the traffic on short final side. Behind that traffic, we will cross runway 20 and then taxi via Sierra to Sierra 4.
Portugal 1930, be advised, additional traffic will cross the runway from left to right.
Copy, Portugal 1930.
Liners Direct Hotel, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 20, wind 170 degrees 14 knots. Zero Whiskey X-Ray, continue taxi via uniform 1, contact ground 121755.
121.
Bravo 1930, wind 180 degrees 14 knots, runway 20 cleared for takeoff, mobile.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 1930, obrigado.
Miners Direct Hotel, wind 160 degrees 14 knots, runway 20 clear to land. Turkish 5 Lima Hotel, Lisboa Tower, good afternoon. Behind traffic short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait, behind.
Behind the landing traffic, line up and wait on runway 20 behind Turkish 5 Lima Hotel.
Fine 76 Kilo Lima ground tower, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 14 knots. Alpine 76 Kilo Lima, maintain present speed as long as possible. Thank you. Roger. Hold short of runway Sierra 4 holding point, I'll call you back.
Wing short Sierra 4 holding.
H5 Lima Hotel, wind 170 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, bye-bye.
For takeoff runway 20, Turkish 5 Lima Hotel, bye-bye.
Miners Direct Hotel, continue taxi via Golf 2, contact ground 21755. Miner 1 Sierra Romeo Tower, boa tarde, continue taxi to the visual holding point, runway 201, I'll fold short of runway.
Continue taxi to visual point runway 20 on Alpha, hold short before runway 20, departure 91 Sierra Romeo, boa tarde.
Departure Miner 1 Sierra Romeo, advise if ready to expedite crossing.
Farmer can expedite.
Commander 1 Sierra Romeo Roger via Alpha cross runway 20, continue via Sierra 4 holding point, expedite crossing.
Expedite crossing via Alpha, clear to cross runway 20, expediting departure 91 Sierra Romeo.
Six Kilo Lima, wind 170 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Redline 20, Alpine 76 Kilo Lima.
Head north 278 Yankee Tower, good afternoon, behind traffic short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait, behind.
Traffic landing short final, line up via uniform 5 behind runway 20 and on 278 Yankee.
For 1 Whiskey Tower, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 14 knots. Ground 541 Whiskey, reduce speed 160. 89 Heavy Tower, boa tarde. Continue to visual, holding point runway 201 Tango, hold short of runway.
To visual, holding point runway 201 Tango, and hold short of airport, Delgado 087.
Red nose 278 Yankee, wind at the end 160 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, bye-bye.
Alright, this aircraft takeoff for nose 278, Yankee, correct.
0.76 Kilo Lima, continue via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Golf 2 and 121.755, Alpine, getting on.
12089 Heavy, after departing Red Norwegian, cross runway 20 after, continue via Sierra, Sierra 4 holding point.
After departing aircraft, Norwegian cross runway 20 4 holding point, runway 20 airport, Delgado 0.
Lufthansa 43 uniform via Sierra, runway 20, line up and wait, traffic crossing the runway from left to right.
Hello. 251 hours. Form 5. 800.
Standby is instructed, I'll call you. Lufthansa 43 uniform, wind 170 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Bye-bye. Point 43 Charlie November to Lisboa, boa tarde. Continue approach, runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 16 knots. Portugal 541 Whiskey, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal liner 1 Sierra Romeo, hello again, behind traffic short final, runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. And 43 Charlie November, if I will maintain speed as long as possible. Portugal minor 1 Sierra Romeo, wind 170 degrees 19 knots, maximum 29er, runway 20 cleared for takeoff, bon vol. 541 Whiskey, continue taxi via Golf 2, hold short of Quebec, contact ground 121755. Alpine 43 Charlie November, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 089er, Heavy Tower, boa tarde novamente, behind traffic short final, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Zero Romeo, boa tarde. Continue approach runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 17 knots. Break, Portugal 089er, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots, maximum 29er, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, revised QNH 9er 7. Trans 67 Juliet, Quebec, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 16 knots, revised QNH 9er 7. Portugal 120 Romeo, continue approach, revised QNH 9er 7. Correct. Forty Charlie November, sorry, continue taxi via Golf 2, contact ground 121755. Zero Romeo, wind 160 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Brilliant, 251 tower, hello again, revised QNH 9er 7.
997, brilliant, 251.
Lane 251, read back correct, brake behind traffic short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
And the traffic on the final, we lining up 20 by uniform 5 behind, brilliant, 251.
120 Romeo, continue taxi Golf 2, contact ground 121755.
21755,
Brilliant, 251, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots, maximum 29er, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Have a nice flight, bye-bye.
for takeoff, runway 20, obrigado, fly one, thank you very much.
Heavy Tower, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 14 knots. Please reduce speed 150. 7 Juliet, Quebec, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, cleared one. 903 Quebec, Foxtrot Tower, hello, revised QNH 997.
Nation 997 for radio short 20, 993 Quebec Fox.
903 Quebec, Foxtrot, feedback correct, brake behind traffic short, final runway 20, V uniform 5, line up and wait, behind.
Landing traffic, uniform follow runway 20 behind, 993 Quebec Fox.
Ground to 88 heavy, reduce to your minimum approach speed. Ryanair 93 Quebec Foxtrot, please be ready for immediate.
993 Quebec Fox.
Well, 669 Tower, boa tarde, approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots. Ryanair 93 Quebec Foxtrot, wind 170 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, cleared for immediate takeoff, 5.
20, Quebec Fox, Quebec Fox, body.
France 67 Juliet Quebec, continue taxi via Golf, correction, continue taxi via Lima, contact ground 121755. Ground to 88 heavy, wind 170 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Runway 20, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, behind traffic short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait, behind.
Behind traffic on short final, lining up runway 20 via uniform 5, lining up behind KLM 800.
Hotel 3 approved. Climate 0 Zul, wind 160 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, bye-bye.
Runway 20, cleared for takeoff, KLM 80, Zulu, obrigado.
Portugal 288, continue Golf 2, ground 121755, bem-vindos e bom descanso.
Golf 2, 11755. Obrigado.
Hotel Tower Hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 14 knots. Ground 669er, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Aeroporto 135 Lisboa Tower, board start, behind traffic short, final runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Muito boa tarde, behind traffic short, final runway 20, line up and wait behind us, 135.
Serbia 36 Hotel, reduce speed 160. Thank you. Aeroporto 135, there was a possible bird strike during the rotation of the previous aircraft departing, advise intentions.
Vamos aguardar que façam a inspeção à pista então.
Copiado, mantenha a posição. Aeroporto 135, cancel line up clearance.
Cancel line of clearance, Azores 135.
Aeroporto 135, in that case, cross runway 20 via uniform and continue via Sierra 4 holding point.
Cross runway 20 and go Sierra 4.
Ground 669er, continue taxi via Lima, contact ground 121755.
Via Lima, contact ground Portugal 669er.
Air 64 Kilo Lima, Tower Hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 16 knots. Serbia 36 Hotel, there was a possible bird strike during the rotation of a previous aircraft departing, advise intentions. 36 Hotel Roger, continue approach, wind check 180 degrees, 15 knots. Traffic crossing the runway, I'll call you back. Serbia 36 Hotel, wind 160 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear to land. 9 Air 43 Quebec November, possible bird strike reported by a previous traffic departing during the rotation, advise intentions.
To take off Ryanair 43 Quebec November.
43 Quebec November Roger. Behind traffic short final runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
And then adding traffic short final by uniform 5, line up runway 20 behind Ryanair 43 Quebec November.
For Kilo Lima, once on the ground, vacate runway via Papa, after Papa, Lima. Air 64 Kilo Lima, read back correct, continue approach, traffic to depart before your arrival. Air 43 Quebec November, wind 160 degrees, 16 knots. Runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Bye. Survey 36 Hotel, continue taxi via Golf 2, contact ground 121755.
211.55 at Survey 36 Hotel, bye bye.
Tower 17 Romeo Alpha Tower, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 12 knots. Air 64 Kilo Lima, just be advised, possible bird strike reported by traffic departed 5 minutes ago. Advise intentions.
And Ryanair 64 Kilo Lima.
Roger, continue approach, traffic departing, call you back.
Continue 64 Kilo Lima.
Ryanair 64 Kilo Lima, wind 160 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, cleared, one.
Runway 20, Ryanair 64 Kilo Lima. Air 1 Romeo Yankee, ready.
Now 1 Romeo Yankee, you'll chart of runway, partial runway inspection, we'll take progress, call you back. Air 64 Kilo Lima, continue by the right via Papa, contact ground 1, question, continue by the right via Lima, contact ground 121755. Tower 17 Romeo Alpha, follow me on the runway, performing a partial runway inspection due to a possible bird strike. Expect late landing clearance, wind check 150 degrees, 15 knots. 7 Romeo Alpha, once on the ground, vacate runway via Papa, after that Lima. Summit 150, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 150 degrees, 15 knots. Ground 17 Romeo Alpha, wind 150 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Desert 135, boa tarde novamente, confirm ready. Desert 135, to follow me, has performed the partial runway inspection during the rotation part of the runway. No birds detected, to report intentions. Desert 135, Roger, behind traffic, short final runway 20 via Sierra, line up and wait behind. Zero 04, tower hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots. Three 5, wind 160 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. 17 Romeo Alpha, continue via Lima, ground 11755. Summit 150, wind 150 degrees, 14 knots, variable 130 and 190 degrees, runway 20, clear to land.
8150.
Air 1 Romeo Yankee Tower hello, behind traffic short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind landing aircraft, line up runway 20 via uniform 5 and wait behind in waterway.
Finnair 1 Romeo Yankee, wind 160 degrees 15 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff 5.
Runway 20 clear for takeoff in Aeroporto.
Runway 150, continue taxi via Gosto 2, the traffic is starting taxi now. Contact ground 121755.
Confirm frequency of the ground, please.
Ground 121755.
1755, right.
9004, expect late landing clearance. Follow me, we'll perform a partial runway inspection. Continue approach, wind check 150 degrees, 11 knots. Pro 553 Romeo, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 14 knots. Niner 004, wind 150 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Indicate Hotel Mike Tower hello, behind traffic short final runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait, behind.
Bon dia, behind landing traffic on runway 20, short final, line up and wait 20, behind airport gate, Hotel Mike.
Call 553, Romeo, reduce minimum approach speed. Please be ready for immediate.
I will go ahead, Hotel Mike.
Ticket Hotel Mike, wind 150 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
For takeoff 20, airport gate, Hotel Mike, obrigado, bye-bye.
Easy 9004, continue uniform and Lima, ground 121.755, boa tarde.
Storm Lima 121.755, easy 9004.
Pronto for Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots. Romeo, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Go 438 Tango, Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde, and traffic short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, and be advised company traffic will close to running from left to right before your departure.
Copy traffic and behind landing traffic runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind the Portugal 438 Tango, boa tarde.
083 Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde, continue to the visual link point on Alpha 6, hold short runway 20.
Continue visual to Alpha 6, Delgado, point runway 20, hold short runway 20. Copy 3.
Hotel 083 and behind the traffic now landing runway 20 via Tango, cross runway 20 behind, continue to Sierra for holding point.
Traffic landing clear, cross runway 20 via Tango to Sierra for holding point, Portugal 083 left.
After Romeo, continue uniform and Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, boa tarde.
Inform Golf 2, 11755, hotel Delgado, 5 knots.
Tango, KNH 996, break, wind 160 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa tarde.
Takeoff runway 20, KNH 996, Portugal 43, Tango, obrigado.
Zone 24, new KNH 996, continue approach runway 20, vehicle performing a partial runway inspection, wind check 160 degrees, 14 knots. Boa tarde, continue approach runway 20 and can maintain present speed, obrigado.
Alpine 31 November Echo, would it be possible to coordinate a left turn after departure due to weather?
I'll call you back, breaker surge 124, wind 160 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear plan.
200 runway 20, sir,
1364, KNH 996, break beyond traffic, short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
KNH 996, behind traffic, behind via uniform 5, Portugal 164.
Oh, 1364, wind at the end 160 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa tarde. Zone 24, continue uniform and Lima, ground 121.755, boa tarde.
From Lima, ground 121.755, Zone 24, boa tarde.
Question final 459 at Juliet, Lisboa, Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 18 knots. 571, continue approach runway 20, vehicle performing a partial runway section, wind check 150 degrees, 16 knots. Wind 150 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear to land. November Echo Lisboa, Town Hello, the approach is aware of your request. Break, behind traffic short final runway 20, via uniform 5, line up 8 behind.
Obrigado por ajudar. Behind the landing, traffic runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind Alpine 31, November Echo.
We check.
180 degrees, 15 knots. Bank 1 November Echo, New KNH 996, break wind 16 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa tarde.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Alpine 31, November Echo, obrigado pela...
571, continue uniform and Lima, ground 121, decimal 755, boa tarde.
Uniform Lima, ground 121, 755, boa tarde.
Jet 37 Lima Foxtrot, Lisboa, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 16 degrees, 13 knots. And 49 question sign 459 Juliet, wind 16 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20 plus 1.
That's correct, 20, line 459 check.
083 Avenue, KNH 996, break behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Serra 4, line up and wait behind.
Air France Quebec Romeo, Houston 5, after departure we would like to maintain runway heading and to do a left turn to rejoin the departure Air France Quebec Romeo.
Okay, I'll coordinate with the approach, I'll call back. 3 Heavy, wind 160 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa tarde. Airport 9, Crash Scanner 459 Juliet, continue uniform 1, ground 121, decimal 755, bye bye. Quebec Hill, Lisboa, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 150 degrees, 16 knots. Seven Lima Foxtrot, wind 160 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
So runway 20 with 37 Lima Foxtrot.
Inform you approach is aware of your request, break the traffic short section, post is aware of your request, and we'll call you back very shortly.
Roger, thank you.
Pode 09 aqui, Lisboa, Tower, muito boa tarde, traffic short final, runway 20, via Tango, cross runway 20 behind, continue to Sierra for holding path.
Boa tarde, via traffic short final runway 20, cross runway 20 by the cross behind, Sierra for 209.
Airport Quebec, inform you via uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20, traffic caution is running from left to right.
Roger, so from uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 4, Quebec Romeo.
With 37 Lima Foxtrot, continue by the right, uniform 1, ground 121, decimal 755, bye.
By the right, uniform 1, ground 121, 755, bye, with their...
Lisboa, boa tarde, hello, continue approach runway 20, continue to minimum approach speed. For Quebec, form you wind at the end 170 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye bye.
Runway 20, come take off, and for Quebec Romeo, bye bye.
Calling 1 Quebec with Juliet, wind 160 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Runway 20, 150.
Aeroporto to Sierra Golf, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, the traffic short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind the landing traffic, line up and wait, runway 20 by uniform 5, Europa A2, Sierra Golf, behind.
Boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 150 degrees, 15 knots. Europa A2 Sierra Golf, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa tarde.
Clear for takeoff, boa tarde, Europa A2 Sierra Golf.
1 Quebec, Juliet, continue via uniform 1, contact ground 121.1055.
Uniform 1, moving contact ground 121.1055, runway 1 going good over there.
To Delta Whiskey, continue approach runway 20, Boeing 737, rolling wind check 160 degrees, 14 knots. And at 2 Delta Whiskey, wind 160 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear plan. Top 09 kilo, behind traffic short final, runway 20 via Sierra, line up and wait behind. Runway kilo, wind 160 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa tarde. And at 2 Delta Whiskey, continue uniform 1, ground 121.1055, boa tarde. Ready for Sierra Quebec, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots. 1359, wind 160 degrees 13 knots, gusting 23 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Hotel 2177, Lisboa, hello, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
The landing traffic, line up and wait, runway 20 behind, Volotea 2177.
Hotel 2177, wind 160 degrees 13 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa tarde.
Takeoff, runway 20, boa tarde, thank you, Volotea 2177.
Então, 359, continue uniform 1, ground 121, decimal 155, boa tarde.
121, 755, boa tarde, obrigado, ground 129. Tower, good evening, Blue Montana, Tango Yankee, uniform fire rating.
The Alpha vehicle, chart runway 20. For Sierra Quebec, wind 160 degrees 15 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
To land, runway 20.
User Malta 9 Tango Yankee, Lisboa, hello, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Yeah, the traffic, line up and wait behind via uniform 5, Lisboa 9 Tango Yankee.
Olá, muito boa tarde, Portugal, Banana 32.
Banana 32, boa tarde.
Olá, muito boa tarde. Can you please coordinate a departure left turn instead of right turn for us, Portugal, Banana 32?
From our approach is over fuel request, almost all the aircraft are requesting a left turn after departure.
Muito obrigado.
Mountain 9 Tango Yankee, wind 160 degrees 17 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa tarde.
For takeoff, runway 20 with Mountain 9 Tango.
Aeroporto, Sierra, Quebec, continue via Uniform and Lima, ground 121, decimal 10551. One 932 via Uniform 5, line up and wait to 20.
Uniform 5, line up and 20, point from 932.
Lisboa, muito boa tarde, continue to the visual link point on Alpha 6, hold short runway 20.
Short runway 20, at all point visual, Portugal 0 to 9 left.
1932, wind at the end, 170 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa tarde.
0 to takeoff, obrigado, Portugal 932.
0 to 9 left, behind the company traffic, departing for runway 20 via Alpha cross runway 20 behind, continue to Sierra for holding point.
The traffic, behind the departing traffic, cross runway 20 via Alpha 6, holding point 10 for Portugal 0 to 9 ready.
94 Kilo Whiskey, Lisboa, hello via Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, traffic, will cross the runway left and right before your departure.
Hi, Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, that's copy, 995 Kilo Whiskey.
So 5 November, Lisboa, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 16 degrees, 17 knots. And at 95 Kilo Whiskey, wind 170 degrees, 12 knots, gusting 22 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye bye.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, left 95 Kilo Whiskey, bye bye.
Clear 05 Kilo Golf, Lisboa, hello, confirm ready for departure.
Clear ready, sir. Iberia 05 Kilo Golf, boa tarde.
Clear 05 Kilo Golf via Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Via Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, Iberia 05 Kilo Golf.
05 Kilo Golf, wind 170 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa tarde.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Iberia 05 kV, obrigado, boa tarde.
Wings 55 November, new QNH 997, break wind 160 degrees, 20 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Zero to 9er Heavy, confirm ready for departure. 0 to 9er QNH 997, break behind traffic, short final, runway 20 via Sierra, line up and wait behind. Under one, Lisboa, muito boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 18 knots. Lisboa, muito boa tarde, confirm traffic on short final inside. 15 via traffic short final runway 20 via Alpha, cross runway 20 behind, continue to Sierra for holding point.
Cross runway behind and continue to Sierra for Portugal 25.
029 Heavy, be advised company traffic will cross the runway left and right before your departure. So 029 Heavy, wind at the end 170 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa tarde. 55 November, continue via uniform and Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, boa tarde.
Golf 2 and then 121.755, your wings, 55 November, wow.
Lisboa, Tower, muito boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 160 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 25 knots. So 1931, wind 160 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Alpine 2 Foxtrot Charlie, Lisboa, hello, ready for departure.
Hello, Alpine 9 Charlie, ready for departure.
Alpine 9 Foxtrot Charlie, behind traffic, short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Landing traffic on short 5, clear to lap and wait behind by uniform 5, runway 20, Alpine 9 Charlie.
Alpine 9 Foxtrot Charlie, wind at the end 180 degrees, 17 knots, zero between 140 and 200 degrees. Runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa tarde.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, boa tarde, Alpine Charlie.
1931, continue uniform and Golf 2, ground 121, decimal 755, boa tarde.
From Golf 2, 11755, departure 131.
75, Lisboa, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 28 knots. Zero 5, wind 170 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 28 knots, runway 20, clear land.
Runway 20, clear to land, Portugal 1105.
Sol 215, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Serra 4, line up and wait behind. Sol 215, wind 170 degrees, 20 knots, zero between 140 and 200 degrees. Runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa tarde. Airport 1105, continue uniform and Golf 2, ground 121, decimal 755, boa tarde.
Lisbon Tower, good evening, Ryanair 82 Mike Bravo, full ready when reaching uniform 5.
Ryanair 82 Mike Bravo, Lisboa Tower, hello, copy, ready, hold short, runway 20, we'll call you back after the next landing.
Hold short, runway 20, Ryanair 82 Mike Bravo.
Hello, 375, wind 180 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 140 and 200 degrees, gusting 28 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
20, set to land and allow you 375.
Runner 82, Mike Bravo, behind traffic short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind the landing traffic, line up and wait behind via uniform 5, runner 82, Mike Bravo.
Question correction 238 Mike, Lisboa, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 180 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 28.
Bravo 375, will make contact.
Sorry, Roger, please back.
Okay, 3, yes, sorry.
Runway 82 Mike Bravo, wind 180 degrees, 18 knots, variable between 140 and 210 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye.
Take off, runway 20 by runner 82 Mike Bravo.
Hello, 375, continue via Golf 2, contact ground 1 decimal 105518. To 38 Mike, wind 170 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 28 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Lima Papa, Lisboa, tá?
Hello, Nara, ready for departure.
Lima Papa, Lisboa, tá? Hello, copy ready, just confirm you require full length for departure or can depart from uniform 5?
Bye, uniform 5, Lima Papa.
Thank you very much, I will call you back.
You.
Call 035 Heavy, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, confirm traffic on short final in touch.
Confirm in Portugal, boa noite.
Call 035 behind the traffic on short final, runway 20 via Tango, cross runway 20 behind, continue to Sierra for holding pipe.
Behind the landing traffic, runway 20, clear to cross behind via Tango 5, to Sierra for holding point in Portugal, 035.
Fine 86 Delta Whiskey, Lisboa Tower, hello, via traffic short final, runway 20 via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind, and be advised traffic will cross the runway from left to right before your departure.
Boa tarde, behind the traffic, landing on short final line 20, we're clear to line up and wait from Uniform 5 and copy the traffic crossing the runway line 86 Delta Whiskey. Mike, continue by the right to Uniform, left, Golf 2, ground 121, decimal 755, bye bye. Eight 86 Delta Whiskey, wind at the end 182 degrees 15 knots, runway 20 clear for takeoff, bye bye. 0 clear for takeoff, Alpine 86 Delta Whiskey, bye bye.
Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 170 degrees 17 knots, gusting 27. Agent Lima Papa via Uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20.
You have a line up and wait, runway 20, ground bye.
170 degrees 17 knots, gusting 27. Lima Papa, wind 170 degrees 15 knots, runway 20 clear for takeoff, bye bye.
20, thank you very much, goodbye.
For 35, Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 170 degrees 14 knots, gusting 27. Wind 170 degrees 14 knots, gusting 27 knots, runway 20 clear line. 035, wind 160 degrees 15 knots, gusting 27 knots, runway 20, clear blind. 64, continue uniform and Golf 2, contact ground 11, decimal 75518. Zero 35 heavy, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Sierra, line up and wait behind. On 06, Lisboa, para muito boa noite, continue approach runway 20, wind 170 degrees 19 knots.
Series E6 one, we're ready for departure, uniform 5. After departure, if able, request MS7.
6 on Alpha Lima, copy that, the approach is aware of your request. I will call you back after the next departure. You are number 2 for departure, I'll call you back.
Roger, hold it with the shoes.
Please explain as well, 1.
Delta 1, Portugal 435.
Call 035 heavy, wind 180 degrees 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, traffic 4 miles, 1 Atenção bem, mas voltar a relógio, continue approach runway 20, wind 170 degrees 17 knots. 435, continue via uniform and Lima, ground 121, decimal 75518.
Uniform and Lima, ground.
Wind 170 degrees 19 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 20, Portugal 106.
61 Alpha Lima, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic short, final fire, uniform 5, runway 20, line up and wait behind. 61 Alpha Lima.
906, continue uniform and Golf 2, contact ground 121.75518.
Aeroporto 906, oh yeah.
61 Alpha Lima, wind at the end 182 degrees 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff 18.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, easy 61 Alpha Lima, 18.
05 Alpha Delta, Lisboa, Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 182 degrees 19 knots. Continue approach runway 20, bus 320, rolling wind check 182 degrees 19 knots.
Coming to Aviation 271.
7 Lima, wind 180 degrees 18 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 20, Aviation 271.
Zero 05 Alpha Delta, continue this to minimum approach speed, traffic performing question. Vehicle performing a partial runway inspection, wind check 170 degrees 18 knots. 27 Lima, continue uniform and Lima, ground 121.755, bye bye.
Uniform Lima, 121.755, Natasha 2, Chef Lima.
Alpha Delta, new QNH 996. Zero 05 Alpha Delta, wind 180 degrees 19 knots, 180 clear flight.
Runway 20, 05 Alpha.
97195, hello, continue approach 1820, wind 180 degrees 19 knots.
005 Alpha Delta, continue right uniform and then Golf 2. Contact ground 1755. Bye-bye.
1755 and uniform and Golf 2 is the 05 Alpha Delta. Bye.
Minus 71905, wind 170 degrees, 21 knots, 1820, cleared left. Via 11 Bravo, hello, are you ready?
Confirm ready. Via 11 Bravo.
Via 11 Bravo, behind traffic on short final 1820 via uniform, line up and white behind.
Traffic line up runway 20 behind. We will need just a few more seconds after line up to see the weather.
Roger. Facility 68 Mike Foxtrot, which was? Facility 68 Mike Foxtrot, hello, continue approach 1820, wind 160 degrees, 21 knots.
One Bravo lining up runway 20.
Via 11 Bravo, wind 190 degrees, 20 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff. Bye-bye.
0, clear for takeoff at via 11 Bravo, airport province.
Ryanair 7195, roger, continue via uniform, hold short of Golf, call you back.
Anyway, uniform, hold short of Golf, Ryanair 7195.
7195, continue uniform to uniform 1, contact ground 11755.
Bravo rolling.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Bye-bye, thank you.
Runway 68 Mike Foxtrot, wind 180 degrees, 21 knots, 1820, clear flight.
0, operation 6 meters traffic.
Ryanair 8 Whiskey Hotel, hello, continue approach 1820, wind 180 degrees, 22 knots.
Bom dia, Ryanair Forerunner 19, uniform 520 ready departure, and we will need 10 seconds on the runway to scan the weather.
For 919, roger, in that case hold short of the runway, call you after the second run.
Holding short, 919.
Runway 68 Mike Foxtrot, continue right uniform and then Golf 2, contact ground 11755. Bye-bye.
Uniform, then Golf 2, the ground 121755. Bye-bye.
Ryanair 8 Whiskey Hotel, wind 180 degrees, 20 knots, runway 20, clear path.
820, Ryanair 8 Whiskey Hotel.
Ryanair 4919 behind traffic on short final 180 via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Then traffic line up and wait behind runway 20, Ryanair 4919.
.613, hello, continue approach 1820, wind 180 degrees, 19 knots. For 9019, wind 190 degrees, 16 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff. Bye-bye.
Takeoff 1820, Ryanair 4919, bye-bye.
Ryanair 8 Whiskey Hotel, continue right uniform to uniform 1 and contact ground 11755.
Winchester, obrigado.
Flexjet 613, wind 180 degrees, 22 knots, 1820, clear flight. Ryanair 7138, hello, continue approach 1820, wind 180 degrees, 21 knots. Air France 53 Echo Mike, hello, behind traffic on short final 1820 via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Hello, behind landing traffic on final, line up from uniform 520 behind and wait behind Air France 53 Echo Mike.
Jet 613, expedite via Hotel 1, please. Ryanair 7138, reduce to your final approach, please. First 53 Echo Mike, wind 180 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 25 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Traffic of 20, France 53 Echo Mike, bye-bye.
Jet 613, continue right uniform, then Golf 2, contact ground 11755. Hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 26 knots. Ryanair 7138 to wind 170 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 26 knots, 1820, cleared line.
Atlanta, runway 20, Ryanair 7138.
Five Romeo Kilo, hello, are you ready?
Affirm, we are ready. Hello, with the 5 Romeo Kilo.
5 Romeo Kilo, roger, behind landing traffic, runway 20 via uniform line up and wait behind.
Kind landing traffic, very short final line up, runway 20 via uniform 5, wait behind with the 5 Romeo Kilo.
From sir. Air 5 Romeo Kilo, expedite lining up, QNH 997.
997, and to expedite with 9 5 Romeo Kilo.
Air 5 Romeo Kilo, wind 190 degrees, 11 knots, gusting 23 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Takeoff to 0 with a 5 Romeo Kilo, bye-bye.
Ryanair 7138, continue right uniform, to uniform 1 and contact ground 11755, bye. Speedbird 510, QNH now 997.
7 Speedbird, 510.
Down 55 right, Lisboa, both out of continue approach 1820, wind 180 degrees, 12 knots, gusting 26 knots. Bridge 510, wind 180 degrees, 11 knots, gusting 26 knots, 1820, cleared line.
035, Speedbird 510.
Ryanair 34, hello, are you ready?
Alright, we need 2 minutes for show 94.
Sure. Down 934 in that case. Behind landing traffic 1820 via uniform cross 1820 behind and continue to Sierra folding point.
Portugal 934, we are able to uniform 5, you want.
You are not ready, sir.
Okay, we are ready in 1 minute.
Phone confirm ready for lineup or ready for departure in 1 minute?
Ready for departure in 1 minute.
Down 934 via uniform lineup 1820.
Uniform 120, Portugal 194.
Down 1558, reduce your final approach speed. Bird 510, continue right uniform and then Golf 2, contact ground 11755.
Right, uniform, top 2 and 121, 755, right, Speedbird 510.
Star 1934, wind 200 degrees, 10 knots, variable between 150 and 220 degrees, 1820, clear for takeoff, bye.
20, clear for the airport, Portugal, Atenção TV.
Ground 558, continue approach, Embraer 190 rolling.
Continue approach, Port 558.
907, Charlie Hotel, hello, continue approach 1820, wind 180 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 23 knots. Wind 180 degrees, 13 knots, 1820, clear fine.
Clear to land 20, Portugal, 1558.
011, hello, continue to the visual holding point on Tango 5, hold short of the runway.
Continue to the visual holding point 0820, Portugal, Tango 5, 11.
Star 1863, hello, behind traffic on short final 1820 via uniform, line up and wait to behind.
Ending traffic on short final, line up runway 20 by uniform 5 and wait, Air Portugal 1863, 190.
Behind landing traffic, runway 20 via Tango cross runway 20 behind and continue to Sierra 4.
And the traffic just landed, clear to cross runway 20 at Tango and continue to Sierra 4 holding point runway 20, Portugal 011.
Portugal 1863, expect traffic to cross the runway before your departure, call you back.
That's understood, Air Portugal 1863.
Passway 61 uniform Echo, hello, continue approach 1820, wind 1820 degrees, 15 knots, reduce your final approach speed. Star 1558, continue right uniform and then go to contact ground wind 1755.
Right uniform, go to Airport 1558 and contact now.
Portugal 1863, wind 200 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 150 and 220 degrees, 1820, clear for takeoff, move on.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Air Portugal 1863, obrigado, boa tarde.
Thank you, continue approach, wind check 190 degrees, 14 knots. Air 7 Charlie Hotel, wind 190 degrees, 15 knots, 1820, clear flight. South 4 Bravo Echo, Lisboa, hello, behind traffic on short final 1820 via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Wind behind traffic, short final 1820 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, Portugal 4 Bravo.
Down 439, hello, continue approach 1820, wind 190 degrees, 15 knots.
Other one from 97
Say again?
Getting other one from 97
Sir. For Bravo Echo, wind 200 degrees, 13 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, on board.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Portugal for Bravo Echo. May we, after departure, turn left instead of the right?
Contact approach immediately after departure.
I will copy Portugal for Bravo Echo.
907 Charlie Hotel, continue right uniform and then Lima, contact ground 11755. Via uniform by the right and then Lima. For 39, we just your final approach speed. Soleil 61 uniform echo, wind 190 degrees, 16 knots, 1820, clear plan.
It's down 20, company 61 from Echo.
One Bravo Papa, hello, behind landing traffic, 1820, via uniform, line up and behind.
Behind the landing traffic, runway 20, uniform 5, line up and wind behind, right up to 1 Alpha.
One uniform, please expedite via Hotel 1.
Taking other one, company from King.
And 21 Bravo Papa, wind 200 degrees, 16 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, bye.
You're clear for takeoff, right up to 1 Bravo,
Soleil 61 uniform, continue right uniform and then Lima, contact ground 11755, bye.
Only about 21 to advance fast, company from Echo.
Down 542, hello, continue approach, reduce 160 knots, wind check 190 degrees, 17 knots. Thank you. Down 439, wind 190 degrees, 17 knots, 1820, clear plan.
Clear plan, runway 20, Portugal 1439.
011 Lisboa, hello again, behind traffic on short final 1820, via Sierra, line up and wait, behind. Now 1542, reduce your final approach speed. Call 011, wind 200 degrees, 16 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff. Call 1439, continue right via uniform and then Lima, contact ground 11755.
Portugal 1439.
Continue approach 1820, wind 190 degrees to 1 knot. Down 1542, wind 190 degrees to 1 knot, 1820, clear flight.
Wind 1820, Portugal 1542. Ready.
But I don't have enough space in just 2 wake turbulence. Call you back. Dow 1542, continue right uniform and then Lima contact ground 11755.
North Lima, ground 11755. Ground 1542, muito obrigado.
Dow 1478, wind 190 degrees, 20 knots, 1820, clear flight. And then at 8 Foxtrot Delta, taxi traffic on short final 180 via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Delta landing traffic on short final, lining up runway 20, wing uniform behind right and 8 Foxtrot Delta.
Off whiskey to location approach 180, wind 190 degrees, 2 knots.
visual 1, visual 147.
Thank you. January Foxtrot Delta, wind 200 degrees, 18 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, bye bye.
Take up runway 20 and Foxtrot Delta.
1478 to continue right on uniform and then Lima, contact ground 11755, boa noite. Mark 982, hello, pitch approach 220, wind 200 degrees, 24 knots. Alpine 57 Alpha Whiskey, wind 200 degrees, 22 knots, 1820, clear to land.
Just land runway 20, 157 approach.
Hello, behind traffic on short final 120, by uniform, line up and wait behind.
Tower 118, behind traffic on short final line up and wait behind via uniform 5 as or is 127.
Alpha Whiskey, vacating further 1.
Q, break, surge 127, wind 200 degrees, 17 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, Congo.
For takeoff runway 20 is 127, we go.
Alpine 57 Alpha Whiskey, continue right uniform and then go to contact ground 11755.
Uniform and then Gosto.
Ryanair 12 Lima Hotel, hello, continue approach 1820, wind 210 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 31 knots. Royal Moroccan 982, wind 210 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 31 knots, 1820, clear flat. 12 Lima Hotel, wind 200 degrees, 19 knots, gusting 31 knots, 1820, close one.
Land runway 20 and 12 Lima Hotel.
Morocco 982, continue right uniform and then Golf 2, contact ground 127.555. Bye. This 16 Foxtrot Yankee, hello, continue approach 1820, wind 200 degrees, 21 knots, gusting 31 knots. 935 Alpha Foxtrot, hello, behind traffic on short span, 20 by uniform, line up and wait behind.
Lambert totaal, behind traffic on the final, runway 20 behind, line up and wait. Canal 35 Alpha Fox.
Liner 3, Mike Alpha, hello, continue to the visual holding points on Alpha 6, full short of the run.
Continue to the visual holding point Alpha 6, hold short of runway, Liner 3, Mike Alpha.
Liner 3, 5 Alpha Foxtrot, wind 190 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 26 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
For takeoff, runway 20, Ryanair 35 Alpha Fox, 1 log.
Ryanair 12 Lima Hotel, continue right uniform to uniform 1, contact ground 11755. Delgado 993, Mike Alpha behind the departing traffic by Alpha cross 1820 behind and continue to Sierra Port.
Behind the departing traffic, we are cleared cross 920, behind. And then contact to Sierra 4, Epical 993, Mike Alpha.
One 6 Foxtrot Yankee, continue approach, traffic crossing the runway, call you back. Mike Matas, continue approach 1820, wind 200 degrees, 20 knots. No problem, sir. This 16 Foxtrot Yankee, wind 200 degrees, 20 knots, 1820, cleared line.
20, clear to land, top 346, top Tank.
Skull 047, hello, behind traffic on short final 1820, by uniform, line up and wait behind.
And on short panel, line up and wait behind, running 20 by uniform 5, Portugal 047.
Boeing 1981, will continue approach 1820, wind 190 degrees, 20 knots. 1981 and reduce 160 knots. Gulf 047, wind 200 degrees, 15 knots, get speed 26 knots, 1820, clear, take off mobile. 616 Foxtrot Yankee, continue right uniform and then Lima, contact ground 11755, bye.
Okay, follow the Lima 121755, obrigado a todos os senhores. Por Yankee, bye.
Mike Victor, wind 190 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20 clear plan. So Mike FM, wind 190 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20 clear plan. November Papa, behind traffic short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, 1 up and 8 behind.
Traffic short final 20, by uniform 5, 1 up and 8 behind, Aeroporto Gosto, 67 November Papa.
Charlie, boa tarde.
Muito boa tarde, Aeroporto Charlie, 54 Charlie.
Charlie, boa tarde, muito boa tarde. Continue to visual link point on Alpha 6, hold short runway 20.
Continue to visual holding point Alpha 6, hold short runway 20, Aeroporto 1256 Charlie.
Papa, wind at the end 20 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa tarde. It's Mike, continue uniform and Golf 2, ground 121, decimal 1055, bye.
Uniform Golf 2 and ground 121.55, that's 593.
Boeing 1981, wind 190 degrees, 19 knots, correction 190 degrees, 19 knots, runway 20, clear plan.
Runway 20, Boeing 181.
1063 Lisboa, Toronto, continue approach runway 20, wind 190 degrees, 19 knots.
Pacific for Charlie, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Alpha, cross runway 20 behind, continue to Sierra for holding point.
Behind traffic on short final, runway 20, behind, cross runway 20 via Alpha, continue to Sierra for holding point, airport 12, 564 Charlie.
36 for Lisboa Tower.
36 for?
For after departure, climb runway heading to 3000 feet.
Departure runway heading 3000, 36 for.
6 for with back correct, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, and be advised traffic will cross the runway left to right before your departure.
36 for behind traffic, landing on short final, line up and wait behind, uniform 5, copy.
Rolling 181, continue by the right, uniform 1, ground 121, decimal 105518.
To the right, uniform, and ground 1755, Malay 181.
Wind 190 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, 18. And 7680, wind 190 degrees, 19 knots, runway 20, clear path.
Runway 20, path 7680.
For contact approach on 119.105.
9105, LPPT.
Entry Mike Alpha, Lisboa Tower, muito boa noite, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Line 3 Mike Alpha, wind 180 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, 18. Alpine 7680, continue uniform 1, ground 121, decimal 755, bye-bye.
1, ground 121, 755, Alpine 7680, bye-bye.
Mike November, Lisboa, low, continue approach runway 20, wind 182 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 28. Direto, Juliet, comfortable ready?
Confirm, Portugal 38 Kilo Juliet.
Direto, Juliet, 180, uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, Portugal 38 Kilo Juliet.
Hotel 38 Kilo Juliet, wind at the end 180 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, 180.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Portugal 38 Kilo Juliet, boa noite.
Golf Aviation aqui, Lisboa, tá?
Boa noite, Golf Aviation.
Aviation, commit 1 8, beyond the company traffic departing from runway 20 via Tango, cross runway 20 behind, continue to Sierra for holding point.
Departure, traffic, cross runway 20 via Tango, behind and Aeroporto.
46 for Charlie, confirm full ready? 46 for Charlie via Sierra 4, line up and wait, runway 20 and traffic crossing the runway from left to right before your departure. Golf 54 Charlie, wind 182 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 25 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, 180. Mike November, wind 182 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear land. Aviation 46 Golf, Lisboa, hello, ready for departure.
Belgravia 46 Golf, affirm, ready for departure from Uniform 5.
Belgravia 46 Golf, behind traffic short final, runway 20 via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic short final, behind the traffic, line up and wait via Uniform 5, runway 20 behind Belgravia 46 Golf.
Avia 46 Golf, wind 190 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, 18.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 20, Avia 46 Golf, good night.
22 Mike November, continue uniform and Golf 2, ground 121, decimal 755, 18. At 151, Lisboa Tower low, continue to the visual holding point on Alpha 6, hold short, runway 20. Aviation Yankee, Lisboa Tower low, continue approach runway 20, wind 180 degrees, 14 knots. Mate 151, Lisboa Tower.
Tower 8151 heavy, Alpha 6, hold short, runway 20.
151, Lisboa Tower low, via Alpha cross runway 20.
Now 8151 heavy, clear to cross, runway 20.
58 Tango Yankee, continue approach runway 20, traffic crossing the runway left to right. Tango Yankee, wind 170 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear land. Over 40, Lisboa Tower, wind 180 behind, traffic short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic on short final, runway 20 via uniform 5 line up and wait behind at Portugal 440, lock and down.
Lock and down. For 40, wind 190 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa noite, excelente voo e grande abraço.
Clear for takeoff 20, boa noite, abraço, até sábado.
Aviation Tango Yankee, continue uniform and Golf 2, ground 121, decimal 755, boa noite. Golf 2 and 121, decimal 755. Aviation Yankee via Sierra 4, line up and wait, runway 20. Hotel 5 Yankee, wind 190 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, 18. Lisboa, estar muito boa noite, ready for departure.
Estava para responder, departure.
From liner 34 via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
For 5, line up and wait, runway 20, Portugal, 924.
From liner 34, wind at the end 180 degrees, 10 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, 18.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff for Portugal, 934, obrigado, 18.
November, Lisboa, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 190 degrees, 17 knots. At 151 via Sierra 4, line up and wait, runway 20. One wind 190 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, 18. Seven Victor November, wind 190 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear plan. 6 Lisboa Tower, boa noite, behind traffic short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Right behind the traffic on final, is it 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind Portugal 556.
Victor Lisboa Tower, muito boa noite, continue approach runway 20, wind 190 degrees, 17 knots. Alpha 56, wind 190 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, boa noite.
Takeoff 20, te abraço, Portugal 556.
317 Victor November, continue uniform and Golf 2, ground 121, decimal 1055, boa noite.
Right, uniform Golf 2 with ground 11755, the 16 and the high.
So 10 Echo Victor, wind 190 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, cleared line. Lisboa Tower, boa noite, continue approach runway 20, wind 190 degrees, 17 knots. Line 32 November, Zulu, Lisboa Tower, hello, behind traffic short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Boa noite, behind the terminal short standard 20 via uniform 5 line, boa noite, 20 point 32 November, Zulu behind.
One 32 November Zulu, wind 200 degrees 1 to knots, runway 20 clear for takeoff, boa noite.
Takeoff runway 20, point 32 November Zulu.
So 10 Echo Victor, continue uniform and go 2, ground 1 decimal 1055, boa noite. Degrees 15 knots, getting 25 knots, runway 20 clear plan. Delta 0 Lima Lisboa, Tower, muito boa noite, via traffic short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Yeah, traffic short final 20, uniform 5, line up and wait behind, Portugal 20 Lima, boa noite. Golf 20 Lima, wind at the end 180 degrees 10 knots, runway 20 clear for takeoff, boa noite. Takeoff 20, Portugal 20 Lima, obrigado.
017, continue uniform and Lima, ground 1 decimal 1055, boa noite.
1 1055, obrigado, Portugal 20.
Lisboa, muito boa noite, continue approach, runway 20, wind 100 degrees 15 knots, 1325. Avia 55 from you, wind 190 degrees 14 knots, gusting 25 knots, runway 20 clear band.
Runway 20, Avia 55 from you.
Copy. 655 November, Lisboa, Tower, hello, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic inside behind the traffic line, runway 20 at uniform 5 behind, Euro wind 55 November.
Delta 6605, Lisboa, tarde.
Delta 6605.
605, boa noite, confirm traffic on short final inside.
ASAP.
Delta 6605, behind traffic, short final, runway 20 via Alpha, plus runway 20 behind, continue to Sierra for holding point.
Copy time, first landing, cross runway 20 behind, Alpha, on Alpha 6 for Sierra 4.
Doing 55 November and GH line set to road crossing line and left right before your departure.
Securing 55 November.
Thank you very much. After Auto 1, continue via Uniform and Lima.
Uniform Lima, 55 moment.
Delta 55 Romeo, contact ground 121, decimal time for time, line. 182 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 25. Metro, Lisboa, hello, continue approach runway 20. 55 November, wind at the end 182 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20 cleared for takeoff, bye bye.
Takeoff runway 20, you're 55 November, bye now. Wind 182 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 25 knots, runway 20 cleared line. Alpine 59, Yankee November, Lisboa, hello, behind traffic, short final, runway 20 via Uniform 5, 1 behind.
Noise fire, landing traffic, short final, 120 behind, Uniform 5, and point behind, Alpine 59, Yankee November.
Yankee November, wind 182 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20 cleared for takeoff, 182.
20 clear for takeoff, 559, Yankee November, bye.
137, continue Lima, ground 121, decimal 1055, go right. for Lima Charlie, wind 182 degrees 13 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Runway 20, clear to land, is for Lima Charlie.
Charlie November, Lisboa, Tower, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 182 degrees 13 knots. At 385, Lisboa, Tower, boa noite, via traffic short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Short traffic on final, via uniform 5, runway 20, line up and wait behind, right at 385.
Lima Charlie, please expedite Hotel 1, it's the next on your left.
That's copied, we'll expedite, is for Lima Charlie.
Very much. And at 385, be ready for immediate departure in a few seconds.
Be ready right at 385.
Hotel 7 Charlie November, continue to reduce to minimum approach speed.
Hello, area 05 Romeo Hotel.
I'll call back, we'll charge 920.
Control runway 20, area 05 Romeo Hotel.
At 385, wind at the end, 190 degrees 13 knots, runway 20, clear for immediate takeoff, 18.
For immediate takeoff, right at 385, 18.
84 Lima Charlie, continue uniform and Gulf 2, ground 121, decimal 755, 18.
Hey, continue uniform Golf 2 and 121 755, 18, G84 Lima Charlie.
7 Charlie November, continue approach runway 01737, rolling wind check 182 degrees 14 knots. Vamos assim?
É. Não há nada a fazer ainda, chuva.
Já está no máximo agora.
Obrigado.
Vamos voltar boa noite, continue approach runway 20. 7 Charlie November, wind 186 degrees 15 knots, runway 20, clear flat.
Clear to land, runway 20, Portugal 37, Charlie November.
Hotel 6645, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Sierra, line up and wait behind.
Check.
160 degrees 15 knots.
Obrigado. Tower Fletcher 603 with you.
603 Lisboa, Tower, hello, continue straight ahead, hold short, runway 20, I'll call you back.
Oh, sure, keep your approach.
traffic 605 with 190 degrees 13 knots, runway 20 clear for takeoff for 8. At 576 is what Aeroporto continue approach runway 20, wind 170 degrees 17 knots. Delta 37 Charlie November, continue uniform in Lima, ground 121, decimal 1055, good day.
Uniform Lima, ground 121.
Degrees 17 knots, runway 20 clear plan. From your hotel, behind traffic short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
The landing traffic on your final line up and wait runway 20 via uniform 5, Iberia 05 Romeo Hotel after.
Flight 35, continue via Lima, ground 121, decimal 755, 18.
Lima 121, 755 para Portugal, 835, boa noite, obrigado.
Para 05, from your hotel, wind 180 degrees 14 knots, flow between 150 and 210 degrees, runway 20 clear for takeoff, 18.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20 Iberia 05 Romeo Hotel, buenas noches.
Sir 576, wind 180 degrees 14 knots, runway 20 clear plan. Vamos voltar muito para a continue approach runway 20, wind 170 degrees. 613 behind traffic, short final, runway 20 via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Up and wait behind, flash at 613 on uniform 5.
Charlie, Lisboa, tá?
75, Charlie, 11 noite.
75, Charlie, muito boa noite, via Tango, cross runway 20, continue Tango, Sierra, Sierra for holding point, runway 20.
Via Tango, cross runway 20, continue Tango, Sierra holding point, Sierra for holding point, runway 20 for Portugal 75, Lima, ciao.
Fresh at 613 and be advised, traffic will cross the runway left to right before your departure.
Good.
576, continue via uniform and Lima, contact ground 121.755, away.
Uniform and Lima and ground 121.755 with 576, thank you, bye.
Night Lima Charlie, Lisboa, Tarlo, continue approach runway 20. 75 Lima Charlie, expedite crossing the runway, please.
Expediting 75 Lima, ciao.
613, we're ready for immediate departure in a few seconds. 437, continue this minimum approach speed.
Approach speed, so 437.
Set 613, wind at the end 180 degrees, 13 knots, fill between 150 and 210 degrees, runway 20 clear for immediate takeoff.
Clear for immediate takeoff, flight at 613, runway 20.
437, continue approach runway 20, Embraer 555 now rolling, wind check 160 degrees, 14 knots.
Clear approach 20, Portugal 437.
Wind 160 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear climb.
Climb, runway 20, Portugal 437.
Ciao, runway 10 Whiskey Bravo at uniform 5, fully ready for departure.
Take a back after the next landing.
Country, do you want me to switch over departure?
Confirm contact departure on 118, decimal question 119, decimal 105.
19105, flight to 613, see you next time, thank you.
Thank you. Great Lima Charlie, wind 170 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20 plus 1.
Ground, runway 20, Charlie.
So 437, continue Lima, ground 121, decimal 755, 18.
Lima, ground 121, 755.
Runway 10 Whiskey Bravo, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
behind the craft a short final via Uniform 5, runway 20, line up way behind Ryanair. Respond to the Whiskey Bravo.
Lisboa, muito boa noite. Continue approach runway 20, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots.